will the state then, allocate more general fund? Or, what will we do here locally? Will we, kind of look at, millage funding? What do we need to do, to at least continue to have people have their care covered?
Trish, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Will you tell us the CCBHC acronym definition
Yeah,
just
yeah.
one time?
Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic.
Thank you.
And for those of you that are, yeah, it's like the mental health version of a federally qualified health clinic of FQHC. So there's the funding component, but then we also still have the mandate to serve folks who are not on Medicaid that lose Medicaid. So that'll be, how the state / local handle that, needs to kind of play itself out. Do you want to add anything to that, Nicole, before we go on to the graph?
No, I'll handle it with the graphs here.
All right.
So what we do every month, when we do the finance report for the CMH board is we track our Medicaid enrollees, bring that information to the board. That way we kind of have a idea what the revenue's looking like. And obviously, like Trish said, the enrollees affect our revenue. So try to keep a pulse on that. If you were around for our terrible, horrible budget times back in 17 and 18, you'll recall that we did make some very positive change with the rates to get out of that. The problem is what we started to see was with the working requirements starting up, the enrollees were going down. So, we were really starting to see the impact to the revenue because of that, not because of the rate change. So this is just a quick graph of, you can tell where things were starting to take a downward trend. And then there, March 2020, when the pandemic hit, obviously everything changed then.
The next piece that has not been talked about yet tonight is the provider taxes. So this doesn't have a direct impact on us, but obviously we rely heavily on the health systems. So, what is being projected over the next 10 years is that from the Hospital Association is that there will be a $6 billion loss over the next 10 years for our hospitals. We already know that many of our hospitals are struggling. Doesn't necessarily affect us, but the rural hospitals are really, really struggling already. So this is crushing to those hospitals. But, for us, we already, and I think we've had these conversations here, is that we are constantly being asked because of, the hospitals have been facing the same workforce shortages that we have. And so, we've been seeing pretty significant asks of rate increases from our hospitals. It's a mandate for us. We must pay for hospitalizations. And this is one of those situations where, we can try to negotiate as much as possible, but really we are kind of held hostage to some degree of what a hospital is going to put as their rate, because we must hospitalize somebody who needs that level of care. So, I know that the state is been entertaining some like tiered rates or being like, but that has been like one step forward, two steps back in that work. So maybe we'll make some headway in that, but like really we are at a bit at the mercy of the health systems of like what they want to charge us. I mean, Michigan Medicine has been, really did come to the table as a true, negotiator, as well as Trinity. But we have to send people out of county all the time. There's not enough local beds. So the other piece, with the hospitalizations is that over the last decade, we have seen an increase in the utilization of beds, especially post-COVID. You will see that, the acuity that we're seeing in our communities has increased significantly, particularly with our youth, but not just only to our youth. So we really need that level of care. And so that is going to all kind of play into how, how we negotiate this. Excuse me. So that's going to be something that, although the provider tax doesn't directly impact us, it's going to, because it is likely that unless there's some intervention from the state on standardizing rates or some other type of intervention, probably those costs will either be incurred to us via the rates. And if these other local hospitals, whatever hospitals actually go under, then there's gonna be less beds in already, a state where we don't have enough psychiatric, inpatient beds in the state of Michigan. So that is, can we, and also if there's individuals are falling out of care. I mean, here, again, the big question is, will we be able to still continue to serve folks who fall off of Medicaid because we're a CCBHC, and how we navigate that? So maybe, but there's a potential that, there are areas where where individuals are gonna lose coverage, and they're not only are they gonna lose coverage, but they're gonna lose their care. And so that is going to be an acuity in our surrounding counties, that are gonna, that could potentially require even more inpatient beds. So, Nicole, do you want to take, through the next one?
Yeah, so this is a slide that we typically include when we bring the budget, and our psychiatric inpatient line has grown significantly. So we're looking at, being at about $11.5 million when we close out fiscal year 25, and then I'm likely going to be budgeting about $12.5 million next year. And really that kind of comfortable number for me used to be about $5.5, $6 million. So this line, obviously acuity, length of stay has something to do with it as well. But definitely the rates that we're seeing from hospitals, even our local hospitals, again, they've been negotiating and coming to the table. But it's really been a very challenging service for us to manage.
So that's all the good news we have for you tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tony and Ellis, thank you for being here with us. Tony, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. I'm Tony Kayumi, Washtenaw County's Director of Community and Economic Development.
And Ellis Johnson, Finance and Operations Division Administrator.
The Office of Community and Economic Development has a variety of different programs that primarily serve low-income to moderate-income residents throughout Washtenaw County through 5 different divisions that are housed inside of OCED. So just trying to give you a landscape of what those divisions do. The Human Services Division encompasses the continuum of care, the housing access of Washtenaw County, Barrier Busters, the new Human Services Partnership. It also currently includes the foster grandparent programs and the senior nutrition programs. And then we have the Housing and Infrastructure Division, which encompasses the weatherization programs, the home rehab programs, and the construction of affordable housing, as well as being the lead agency for Urban County and working on infrastructure improvements with our local units of government. We also have the Community Development Division, which is the Brownfield Authority lead, works on brownfield projects. We have the Historic District Commission inside of OCED as well, and then also working on community projects. Then we have the Economic Opportunity Division, which has the Financial Empowerment Center, as well as entrepreneurship programs, and also works on a variety of different special events to improve economic opportunity throughout Washtenaw County. And then the Finance and Operations Division, which handles all of the contracts and all of the accounting and reporting requirements that come with that, of all of the different grants that we receive. We have a variety of federal funding sources as well as state funding sources that could be impacted by federal funding cuts. OCED works directly with a variety of local agency partners to deliver programs and services that focus on the systems change to increase equity and opportunity by, again, addressing poverty, racism, and trauma.
And the next slide here is just breaking up our various programs by the relevant agencies. And the goal here is just to provide context. So when you hear about funding changes or funding cuts at agencies at a high level, these are the programs and services that are impacted. The programs represented here are about $14.6 million in funds to the county. And those are funds that go to paying for and supporting staffing, as well as funds that are passed through for the provision of services highlighted by Tony. Primarily those kind of focused on reducing costs for residents, what through like the weatherization program and senior nutrition, crisis interventions, responding to folks experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness in the community, as well as safety net services to ensure that low to moderate income folks have the services they need to be successful.
So the impacts of HR1 on OCED and the community that we serve, of course, there's going to be increased healthcare costs, increased demand on our food provider agencies, a greater demand overall on the safety net system. Barrier busters, as the commissioners are familiar with, often runs out of funding on the first day of the month of a business day when we open up the funding stream to our partners. There's such a high demand for the emergency assistance that we provide that is used to keep people in their homes, help them pay their utility bills, and sometimes to help with healthcare costs. The new Human Service Partnership, 55% of those funds were allocated to safety net providers for the 5-year funding round, which includes agencies that address healthcare and hunger. Of course, the housing and homelessness system that you all know that we're involved with. We continue to have a lack of affordable housing stock. There's rising costs on rental and home purchases, a continuing need for supportive services to help individuals and families who are navigating the homeless system. And then again, the senior nutrition program, which we will see an increased need due to the rising cost for food and reduced funding that we'll receive for SNAP. Also wanted to touch on that. The executive order, which is entitled Ending Crime and Disorder on America's Streets, is also in conflict with the housing first values of our continuum of care and trying to navigate that as well as the changes come down from the federal government and how we can continue to uphold our values that we have in Washtenaw County.
Looking ahead, so we're monitoring it on two fronts. One is funding changes, and next are policy changes. So on the funding changes front, like the other folks who are up here today, we don't have a lot of information. We know that our fiscal year 25 funds have been allocated, and we are working on finalizing grant agreements with those, but we're monitoring kind of the state's budget process as we get pass-through funds from the state. And the U.S. House and Senate appropriations process to understand from the president's budget proposals and the House and Senate budget proposals with top line numbers, understanding how Congress will appropriate funds to our various programs and services. And then also monitoring just the impact of rescissions packages and for the president and Congress looking to claw back funding that has been already appropriated. On the policy front, we're reviewing executive orders and agency regulations and how those are impacting our programs and services and working closely with Corporation Counsel Administration to communicate when we kind of expect changes to occur or when we receive contracts that have amended language to understand, one, what's the risk to the county? So we're sure we're in compliance with federal law and understanding that risk and communicating with agencies who are receiving pass-through federal dollars from us as we have monitoring responsibilities for them to ensure funds are spent in alignment with the law, making sure they understand the risk associated with changes in policy as well as in those contract agreements.
So the impacts on OCED, HR1, increased costs for individuals and families mean more resources are going to be needed to stabilize residents experiencing a housing crisis. The federal budget is having cuts to the federal workforce as well as budget cuts. So a lot of our grants are very technical in nature, and we require technical assistance from individuals in the federal government who are affiliated with those specific grants. With those cuts to the federal workforce, there can be delays in finances coming out in regards to reimbursement grants, in getting the technical assistance that we rely upon. So there's a changing funding instability, changing policy instability, changing federal staff, and an unclear future of our programs and funding. So it's sort of difficult to do a presentation because it's still all conjecture and we have no defined budget cuts that have trickled down to us informationally as to anything that's specifically being removed at this time. So that's our presentation, trying to keep it brief. Our colleagues covered a lot of it earlier as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to note, I appreciate all four entities. You were able to very efficiently get a lot of substantive data in these presentations, and we appreciate it. Thank you. There was not an abundance of good news, but I suspect we'll discuss that at greater length here now. I'd like to open it up for commissioner questions. We'll start with Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. Jeremy, well, thank you to everybody that presented. Appreciate the time. I know it's hard to predict what's going to happen when things just a little crazier every day. I think Jeremy gave us the potential for actual good news. Could you come back up? All right, thank you. I had a conversation with Jeremy earlier. Some might say it was terrifying. The bleakness of the outlook with the number of people that could potentially lose healthcare coverage, but the conversation we had around what you shared here too, about the infrastructure existing for us to be able to contribute in a way where we'd be able to maintain healthcare coverage for many people that could lose healthcare in Washtenaw County. I know one of our goals had been to be able to say and have it be true that if you live in Washtenaw County and you want access to healthcare, you can get it at a reasonable rate. We said it better than that. I mean, there was a cleaner way to say it, but that was our goal, and we were there for a little while. If you could share more about any plans you had, like you threw the dollars out there, but like a potential strategy for how we might be able to combat people that are going to be maybe knocked off of Medicaid because of administrative hurdles. I think you got something cooking that would be good to share.
Yeah, sure. I think the phrase was anybody who wants access to affordable health care coverage can get it.
There you go. That's it. Yeah.
And I think that's true now. And as of January 1st, that's no longer going to be. Some of the things we're working on is, as I said in the presentation, trying to figure out how to increase trainings to folks in the community so that we're able to have more people who are knowledgeable about how to do Medicaid renewals, how to navigate the bureaucracy of Medicaid. And then also we were discussing trying to do some really ramping up of volunteers to be able to expand our resources to be able to help folks overcome the administrative hurdles. But at the same time, you know, that's going to fall short if we're not able to marshal more resources and more collaborative effort here as a community. Is that kind of what you're
It's
getting
kind
at?
of what I was looking for. I know you had mentioned envisioning a program similar to the VITA program that could be used to get people back onto or to not lose healthcare.
Right. And so the United Way VITA program is a tax program which helps low-income individuals file their income taxes. And so the idea is to try to, again, train long-term volunteers to be able to have folks come, make an appointment with how to fill out a Medicaid renewal or how to get a work requirement exemption, and then be able to stay on Medicaid.
That's good. So it would be great if we could build something.
I would love
like
to
that.
build something like that. I think it's, you know, we are well positioned to be able to do it. We have the knowledge. It will take some time and resources.
And so one of the things I think about with this as a problem is that it's something that I think we could actually solve if we put the resources behind it. And as we explore the many needs that the community is going to have, not just for the like our internal team here, but external agencies as well. Keeping people on healthcare should be something I think we make a top priority. So I appreciate you planning for it already and for giving the scary numbers, but that you came and you feel like there is a way for us to get over this. So thank you.
Thank you.
I don't want to truncate questions, but Jeremy, before you go down, one quick question on that program. One, can you tell us the acronym that you just used or a rough estimation of it?
Volunteer income tax assistance.
And then as it relates to what Commissioner Hodge just asked, you gave a good answer that you did have some level of confidence in our ability to do it, but do we have the staff capacity and do we have the expertise currently, or do we have to develop that?
We have the expertise in how to navigate the Medicaid program changes that are going to come our way and how to, I'll say that we don't know what's going to happen, but there's been so many policy changes over the last 10 years and we've been able to adapt to each one of them. So I'm confident that we can do that. we don't have the staff capacity to stand up a volunteer program in a robust way at many different sites throughout the community in a way that's accessible to everyone who needs it. You know, we have our site in Ipsy. That's a good place to be, but there are lots of other parts of the county where we need to be, and we don't have that capacity currently.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chair LeVar. I want to thank everybody for coming and having this conversation with us tonight. And I want to just note that I think that we see with the departments who presented here tonight, OCD, CMH, Health Department, WHP, they're all programs and departments in this county that routinely punch above their weight class. They serve a higher acuity population than the state average. And we are already underfunded relative to our caseload complexity. I think everybody, thank you guys for the brief. I see you nodding, yes. We also bear the cost of how we've decided to do things morally, that we have these wraparound services. We know that there's already a behavioral health worker crisis. Clinical vacancies are persistently high, and any systematic change has to factor in how the system might collapse or lose access with these changes. And finally, Medicaid churn is real and destabilizing already, and now it has the potential to be even more. Something else I've said at this table before, and I think most people are aware of it, but the number one reason people experience bankruptcy in this country is because of medical debt. And I can only see this becoming worse in the face of all of the other problems that we're going to face with cuts coming down in various areas. Not having access to healthcare is the 6th leading cause of death for people between the ages of 25 and 64. That's after cancer, heart disease, injuries, suicide, cardiovascular disease, but before HIV and diabetes. So that's only going to get worse. So here I am just chiming in, agreeing with all of you, but I'm also wondering if you might talk to us about how some programs that we already have in existence but are in danger or have been cut, particularly things like the community health workers, if we were able to bolster some of those programs, how would that be able to help mitigate some of the impact of this big, beautiful, I can't say it. How would this help us mitigate the impact of B cubed? It's better, right?
Thank you for the question. So at the health department, we have, as many of you know, a team of community health workers, our Healthy Neighborhoods team, and we're very fortunate in that we had your approval to continue to use ARPA funding, interest funding to support that team. For the community health workers, one, I would say, we were very hopeful when community health workers became sort of a Medicaid eligible service for reimbursement. We were very hopeful that that would be a sustainable path to support community health workers long-term. But unfortunately, based on the rates and some of the restrictions around the service delivery models, it's really not a sustainable path. And so for our community health workers, we don't really have any other source of funding to support them. They are instrumental in really connecting people to resources, to services they might need, particularly focusing on people who might have chronic conditions, who have, who are struggling to address social determinants of health, and really help connect them to a variety of services and resources, including the kinds of services offered by the Washtenaw Health Project, OCED, and CMH. Mental health is actually one of the largest areas of need, as well as housing for this team. So certainly that is an area of funding where there is no other real Medicaid source or sustainable source. And I know that there's already been concern about how this is going to impact those community health workers that are at least somewhat using the Medicaid resources. I think that for us, we are very concerned about for the federal funding, as I mentioned, is really kind of braided in with a lot of our state funding. And so we don't really know what the impact is going to be until we have a better sense, not only of the federal budget, but also the state budget and how that's going to impact the essential local public health services that we provide, those mandated services. So community health workers obviously are incredibly important, and we think the Healthy Neighborhoods team is doing great work. But that is just one of many areas in our service array that helps connect people to services and resources and help.
Thanks. I am interested to think about for us, I want to ask you another question. You're free. No, I said you can go.
Good?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm interested for us to think about around the board table, just in hearing what we've heard tonight and cuts that have already happened and potential cuts about how we can help best by policy mitigate the harm from the B cubed, because we certainly can't do everything. But I think that there are some things, as evidenced by this conversation, by the presentations we had tonight, that are already being done that we can bolster that might help create some more resilience in our community. Through particularly these 4 departments and that came to talk to us tonight. So thank you for everything that you've done, and hopefully we'll be able to keep doing that good work.
Move to Commissioner Sanders, then Commissioner Robbie.
I had a question about Executive Director Cortez mentioned having to outsource some of our mental health support because we don't have the capacity here. And my question was, how do we assure fair treatment of our residents that we have to outsource to other counties? What type of oversight occurs when someone is receiving services outside of our county that we're paying for but unable to deliver?
So you're referring to inpatient specifically. So that's where if there's no beds available in our catchment area, then folks are having to go either the west side of the state or, so we still continue to do all the, what we called continuing stay reviews. So we have a team that actually does all of the inpatient liaison. So we still stay connected to that individual and see what their care is, because we're still authorizing their care.
Okay.
So we are tracking carefully, whether they still need inpatient care, that level of care, and then what's the discharge plan. So we still stay very connected with even out-of-county individuals that are being, placed in out-of-county beds.
So if there's a worst case scenario, we send a resident out of county for services and they're being mistreated, what's our recourse?
Well, I mean, we have contractual issues that we can do if there's something that, if they're not participating in, for example, we still have an Office of Recipient Rights that still also oversees rights protection in inpatient units. So that happens in all hospitals. So there would be a recipient rights monitoring and investigation. Let's say that a hospital decides to not cooperate fully in that investigation. Or we are, there is actually a hospital in the last year or so where we've just decided not to recontract with them because we were not satisfied with the level of care. So there's kind of contractual paths that we can take. There are recipient rights path that we can take in those situations.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Move to Commissioner Robbie, then Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all who have presented today. Appreciate your time. Despite the sharing of not so great news, I think we all kind of knew what was coming here. Those of us that have been following the news of the big BS bill. I will not call it what they call it, because that's not what it is. So, and if I wasn't at a board meeting, I would say the actual word, but, I might later, we'll see.
Okay.
What I want to say, tonight is, I guess, maybe just like bigger picture, I want to say a few things, and I just want to like say them, put them out there into the universe, to reflect upon. It's not necessarily concrete actions that we can take tomorrow, but, as I hear all of this, I think about, some of the things that Chair Scott just said, and the reality here, overarching all of this is that healthcare is a human right. And that's something that needs to be said. It needs to be said in settings like this. It is not a luxury. It is not something that people can not have. And so it is something that we have to, as the government of the people, we have to do everything that we can to make sure that that human right is protected for all of our residents. In that line of thinking, ultimately the system that we live in, whether this bill, the ACA, all the other, the healthcare system that we have in this country was completely and totally broken. And this bill has only just shown us how broken it really is. The fact that we have to have a health plan, the fact that we have to have, argue about reimbursement rates with the hospital, that is the sign of a broken system. That is a sign of a system where it is inhumane, where even before people didn't have coverage. We need a system where everybody is in and nobody is out. We need a system of single payer coverage where every single Washtenaw County, Michigan, US resident has coverage that is not associated with a job, that is not associated with their capacity to work, that is associated simply with their humanity and their existence. And that is the most humane, that is the most right thing for us to do as a society. And again, I say these things not because we're going to get single payer healthcare tomorrow, but because I think that they need to be said in these settings. When we face down changes like this that are devastating to people's lives, it reminds us of how broken our system is and how much better it could be, especially when we look across the world and we see that most other countries do not treat their citizens this way on the planet. And I think that is not only a sign that we can do better, but a model for improving what we have into something that is more humane. I also want to note in another line of thinking that in response to some of the things that were said about mental health, these are concepts that were brought up at a board meeting over a year ago. And I mentioned the concept of public hospitals. And I want to bring that up again, because again, I think it's worth mentioning. Again, not that we can do anything about it tomorrow, but I do believe firmly that part of the predicament that we're in nationally is as a result of our divestment as a public writ large from the idea of public ownership of hospitals. And we see some remnants of public county ownership of hospitals in rural Michigan. But a lot of those have been sold off, been purchased. I recently worked on a hospital campaign in Sault Ste. Marie, where the local community, which once owned its hospital, War Memorial, sold it to a private company, My Michigan, under the guise that it was part of Michigan Medicine. My Michigan, by the way, for those of you that don't know, is deceptively marketed. They are not part of Michigan Medicine. They use the Block M under contract with the U, but they are not actually part of U of M. They are a private company. And that deception came out in the process of purchasing that hospital. And what we've seen is monopolization of our healthcare system, a monopolization of our hospitals. There's a 12-county region in northern Michigan that has one hospital system that serves it only. We have lost the ability of people to choose what their healthcare system looks like. And as we lose those local hospitals, those locally owned hospitals, because as they get bought up, they get shut down because what is prioritized in our healthcare system is profits and money, and it's not actually serving people. When we had county-run facilities, county-owned hospitals, the priority was serving the community, not serving the shareholders, not serving the profits, and we've lost that. So again, not much we can do about it tomorrow, but I do want to say that for all of our minds to think about the next time we have an influx, a stimulus of money, maybe it's a stimulus package, maybe it's COVID money, maybe it's whatever it is. We need to consider this. We need to consider the idea that maybe we do need more capacity in our community if U of M and Trinity are not serving our full capacity for our needs, for our patients, for the people that we serve. Perhaps we should consider, what we can invest in as the public to build more capacity and to build more beds so that we can better serve our public. I think we need to think outside the box with all this stuff. And the last thing I want to say is, I really appreciate that Commissioner Hodge brought forward the idea of volunteerism. I appreciate that you brought it forward, Jeremy, as well. And I do want to just state that this problem that we're facing, yes, it will take volunteers, but most importantly, it will take staff, and it will take an investment of us as a public body in hiring the staff that's necessary to do this job. Volunteers are great, but staff creates more permanence, and it creates more forward-facing for the community, so people can see that county workers are there working with them, they get to know them, there's continuity, and we need to hire those folks for the health project that are county employees that can deliver these services and this work. So that is an investment that we have to make. And we have to think about not just like quick fix Band-Aids in these situations. We have to think about long-term permanent solutions that will be resilient in the context of further cuts that will come down the road, because this is not the end of what we're going to see. We will see more. The state's about to go into a shutdown. We are going to lose state funding left and right. If Axe My Tax passes, we are not going to have a county government anymore. We will lose all funding for everything. And I don't know if any of you have read that ballot measure, but the only replacement revenue that they provide is for what they deem essential services. Public health, not an essential service. Mental health, not an essential service. And so we will lose all funding from any property taxes for those services. We will only have money for police and fire, basically, and basic infrastructure like sewers and roads. So we will lose funding for parks, we will lose funding for everything. So we are in a very uncertain time, and it's going to take us really thinking about building public infrastructure. And I don't mean that in the sense only of like roads and sewers, but I mean it in the sense of like people that are working for the county, that are working for the public, that can deliver the services that our citizens need. And it's hard infrastructure and it's human infrastructure. And this is the time to start thinking about making those long-term investments, because we're not getting help from the federal government. We're not getting help from the state. We need to start thinking about how we can take our future into our own hands here and support the services that were just talked about.
Thank you. Go to Commissioner Beaman, then Masiewski.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try and keep this brief, but I'm also very angry. So here we go. So first space, I just want to say thank you to everyone who came and presented and brought everything forward. I'm just going to touch on two of the items. Every item here tonight was extremely important. First one I'm going to illustrate with a story. In very early 2014, I was pregnant, 22 weeks, and I was bleeding. My very scared husband drove me to Chelsea Hospital, our local closest emergency room. While there, I was told in 2014, there are no obstetrics. I could have an ultrasound, they could look at the baby, but I would have to be transported. That's the reality for women in rural America. The mortality rate for women in rural America is half of those within a city. My story that time came out positive, and the poor little ultrasound technician saw my baby bouncing around and was like, we're gonna get you, we're gonna get you, and I have my daughter. So very thankful and blessed for that, but my story isn't the common story. So that That's my fear. Obstetrics is the most expensive service provided by hospitals. And in rural America, it's the first one that's cut. So my greatest fear under a president who wants more babies is how we're going to protect those mothers and those babies in rural America, being a rural commissioner. So that's just kind of food for thought. I don't expect you to have an answer right now, Jimena, but just thinking about those things. The other piece that I want to highlight is OCD and the opportunity zones. Rural housing is supposedly getting a bump, a triple bump under this bill. However, we know traditionally, while the rural census tracts across America are 40% of these opportunity zones, only 7% of them receive investment. So we'll see how that shakes out. But the thing that concerns me is in 2026, as of July 1st, these opportunity zones have to be redrawn by the governor. We will still have Big Gretch in July of 2026, but we see what's happening in Lansing right now, and we don't have a budget right now. And I foresee shenanigans is the kindest word I can come up with when we're looking at this. So I just didn't know if we're doing any advocacy, if we're doing any communications around that, because this is gonna be set for 10 years, these tracks for the opportunity zone. So I don't know if we have an answer from OCD right now, but that's a concern of mine.
Thank you. Go to Commissioner Macias.
Thank you, Chair. I too would like to thank everybody that's come out and presented this evening on this topic, and the comments of my colleagues as well. I think what we've seen over the last 6 months is a variety of things, strategic barriers for people trying to maintain or get access to healthcare. We've seen increasing bureaucracy now through strategies like 6-month redeterminations and paperwork intensive processes, which all are aimed at people trying to stop people from accessing healthcare. We're seeing impediments to access to preventative care. We are imperiling the overall financial structure of rural hospitals. There are now attacks on medical research. Life-saving breakthroughs are no longer being funded. There are disproportionate impacts of all of this on vulnerable and at-risk populations. And what we're not doing is we are no longer promoting advancements in healthcare technology. We are not moving forward with home and community-based options that work in partnership with the clinical world. And at the end of all this, we're actually going to end up costing ourselves more for health insurance, because people are going to continue to get sick. And when you don't have access, you delay that treatment, which then becomes more expensive. So we've heard a little bit about, what do people trying to refer to this, right? This is more than just a bill. This is more than just a regulation from CMS. It's more than just a policy. This is more than just a federal appropriation. These are all things that are being done in concert together. And what it is Trump care. And I think we need to be thinking about it. This is not just one bill or one appropriation. This is in a strategy that's being undertaken in this day and age where things are not really talked about from a policy perspective, but we need to be calling this what it is. This is Trump care. This is what we have right now in this country. And again, I appreciate the people on staff that were here tonight outlining what the impact is for Washtenaw County. And I hope that we as a body can work together to try and do what we can in this next period to try and address some of the things for our residents here in Washtenaw County. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I kind of like taking into consideration all 4 presentations that we got. I think one of the obvious ones is that we need to prevent folks from falling into homelessness, especially people who might become, unstable because of paperwork that impacts their access to things like mental health care. But I'm also thinking, I mean, we've known that we should figure out more ways to go beyond just the one time a year so they can access eviction prevention. And I know that the courts are, and Washtenaw County got awarded like in last year's state budget, some funding for specialty court. And so I think for the administrator, I'd be interested in figuring out ways where we can kind of talk and see where that's at, just to see if there's ways that we can free up some general fund money to help. Because there might be a situation where they identify like reasons why somebody is in that situation, and then they might, get something to resolve it, but how can we, stretch money further? Like, is the difference that they have like a $200 gap in their budget every month that's leading them to not be able to pay their rent? I think that would be great. And then we also have, obviously, in one of the identified focal points of the senior millage is preventing senior homelessness. So I think there's probably a way for us to, even before we hire a director, start having those conversations with, I think it's Judge Simpson who might be leading on that. And I know I've had conversations with him before about it. So I think that would be a cool way for us to use the millage. And then if we do determine that we have general fund to put more towards eviction prevention, I think it'd be great. I'm assuming like the grant that they got's a one-time grant. So in order for that to continue, I'm assuming they'll be looking at us, but I think it's a good way to focus on like the overall health and well-being, because obviously losing healthcare is horrible, but if that person loses their healthcare and their access to CMH and their housing, they're even worse. So I think that would be one way to help kind of mitigate some of the harm that this administration is going to cause and continue to exacerbate. I think I think I'll stop there, because I think the obvious with like the Washtenaw Health Plan is like, are we gonna figure out a way to help bolster that? So it's all budget stuff for us to have to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few comments, but Commissioner Light, I want to offer you a chance to provide comment, though I suspect I may have gotten you right as Administrator Dill was speaking to you, so I'll jump in. Again, I really appreciate the presentation from all 4 entities tonight. This is not all that county government does, but this is basically the heart of county government, at least as it relates to our core human services. I think we should err on the side of trying to preserve staff positions, and to some degree, what Commissioner Robbie said, the permanence of the investment. You can't replace 20 years of on-the-job experience in an area with a new hire. That's just not replicable. I do want to highlight, and Trish and Nicole, you can give us chapter and verse on this, but Medicaid is a heck of a thing where you can't supplant it in some ways with locally derived funds. They tie it up in a way that makes it hard to be proactive and thoughtful and sort of think outside the box. So I think that will likely only be exacerbated here. My only ask to the 4 entities that present is, I hope you will tell us about, monitor, and amplify pinch points in the public's reaction to this bill. I think if history is any clue to us, they passed a bunch of terrible policy that will have a societal-wide impact on a number of issues. And lo and behold, they'll start to figure out, oh my, this is bad. And our rural folks, our Medicaid-dependent folks, our folks who depend on all sorts of lifeblood programs from the federal government will start to engage on that and try and get temporary stays, try and get exemptions under the law, all sorts of things. I hope you will arm this body through your professional associations and through your network statewide with, whatever is the latest and the most apparent pinch points where we can weigh in, where we can take tactical and strategic moves to try and sort of amplify any crack of light that we got to sort of get our fingers into stopping some aspects of this bill. And I hope this body will also consider that, maybe the plan is to take a 3 to 5 year picture at this table in terms of how do we survive the rest of this administration? How do we dip into structural resources to do that and give ourselves a chance to fight sort of when the sun rises again, so to speak. Trump will not be our last bad president, but I hope he will be our last president of this ilk. And so surviving the next 3 years, I think is our job in this room. That you've pulled together this much data this quickly with this much accessibility is really impressive. And makes me sad because you're the sorts of public servants that are most bearing the brunt of this administration. So as a human being, thank you for serving your community and thank you for being decent and good and arming us as best you can. Commissioner Light, I rudely interrupted Commissioner Dill's comment to you. I wanted to afford you the chance to say anything. If not, okay. Any last comments, commissioners, on this item? Okay. Thank you again to our presenters. We'll move on to any items for current or future discussion. Okay. Before we adjourn, Chair, do you want to go at 7:05, 7:10, right at 7? What's your preference? 7:07. Okay. We are adjourned until 7:07. Thank you.
I don't need them. Good afternoon, evening. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Commissioners, August 6, 2005 meeting. The first thing we do at this meeting is rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. So I added some words. Ashlyn, could you call the roll?
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hogg,
Here.
Commissioner LeBar,
Here.
Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie,
Definitely here.
Commissioner Sanders,
For the moment.
Commissioner Scott,
I'm here.
Commissioner Somerville.
I'm here. Great, we're all here. Usually at this time, we do public participation, not to stymie anybody, but I'm just gonna start this evening with a few of our honorary resolutions we have. So the people who are here to receive those can go home. So the first person I'd like to go to the podium to present is Commissioner Justin Hodge.
All right, well, this is a big one. So we've talked about it a little bit over the last few meetings. We have a resolution recognizing Hazel Sanders and Michigan Community Action as Michigan Community Actions Volunteer of the Year. Want to come on up? Come on, everybody. OCED team. All right. Thanks for making it. I'm going to read it now. All right, whereas Hazel Sanders has served as a foster grandparent in Washtenaw County since September 1st, 2005, marking nearly 20 years of unwavering commitment and approximately 20,000 hours of volunteer service to the children and schools of our community. And whereas Hazel has dedicated her service to supporting some of the most under-resourced and high-need schools in Washtenaw County, offering not only academic guidance in reading and math to children with exceptional needs, but also social and emotional support to help students navigate the complexities of childhood and school life. And whereas throughout her tenure, Hazel has provided individualized support through dedicated work plans to over 65 children and has lovingly served as the classroom grandma to more than 450 students, nurturing generations with kindness, compassion, and wisdom. Whereas Hazel Sanders is the oldest volunteer in the Washtenaw County Foster Grandparent Program, and yet among the most energetic and dependable, driving herself to school each day, arriving on time, dressing professionally, taking on summer assignments, and participating in every training offered. Wow. And whereas Hazel is beloved for her gentle spirit, joyful presence, and wholehearted dedication to each child she serves, arriving each day with her own cart of handmade flashcards, happy stickers, and an ever-present willingness to say, I'll do what I can, even in the face of challenging circumstances. And whereas Hazel's outstanding contributions have touched not only students, but also teachers, staff, and the broader school community, serving as a shining example of the intergenerational service and civic purpose. And whereas in recognition of her extraordinary impact and tireless volunteerism, Hazel Sanders has been named Volunteer of the Year by Michigan Community Action, a well-deserved honor that reflects the immeasurable difference she has made across Washtenaw County and beyond. Now therefore be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners does hereby congratulate and honor Hazel Sanders for her dedicated service, her compassionate spirit, and her well-earned recognition as Michigan Community Actions Volunteer of the Year. Thank you so much, Hazel. Please, would you like to say anything? Go ahead.
Thanks to everyone. It's been a joy though to serve and to be with all the children. My goal is to help them to be whatever they can't want to be. And I tell them that they can be whatever you want to be. You can have a goal and go for it.
You want to say anything about the Foster Grant program?
Thank you for having us here today and for recognizing how important it is to have our foster grandparents continue in our community, serving children, and have our program serve our older adults. So thank you very much.
I believe we have won the statewide Washtenaw County Volunteer of the Year 2 years in a row now, right? Yeah, okay. So thank you for making us win 2 years in a row. I don't know if other counties win multiple years in a row, but Hazel made it happen here. So thank you. All right. Oh, and also foster grandparent program, one of those programs I'd love to see us use some older adults millage dollars for to make even stronger. So, I mean, we could keep the reign of #1 volunteer in Washtenaw County. All right. Here we go.
Okay. I'm not crying, you're crying. That was amazing. Thank you. Next commissioner with a resolution for us is Commissioner Yusuf Rabi.
Thank you. And I would ask anybody that's here for Gwen to just come on up to the front. I know we have several people that have come to support Gwen's resolution and honor her life today. So please just come on up, stand behind me. Wow, there's a lot of people. Didn't realize there were so many people. That's great. So I'm actually not going to read the resolution. I can read the last, therefore be it resolved, but I kind of just want to speak from the heart today. And it's so great to see so many people here that, were part of Gwen's life and her activism. And for those of you that don't know about Gwen, nice tune, said that right? Gwen was an amazing person and it had an amazing impact on our state and our community, and is somebody who will be sorely missed. When I first learned about Gwen's passing, I was pretty devastated, not just as somebody who had known her for many years, but as somebody who cares about the issues that she was passionate about. For those of you that don't know, Gwen and John lived in a beautiful home in Burns Park, filled with frogs. And I remember being over to their house several times and seeing, like when I say filled with frogs, I mean like there's frogs everywhere. Their plates had frogs on them. Their Christmas tree had frog ornaments. They were frog statues, frogs everywhere. It was actually quite incredible. I didn't realize that frogs existed on so many things, but that was to me, part of what made the relationship and the experience and them as people stand out so much. But what stands out even more as a community is remembering and reflecting on both the work that both Gwen and John did. At their core, they were people that cared about our planet. They cared about the earth and the people that live on it. Gwen was instrumental in working to expand the role of the Michigan Sierra Club. And I am now, in addition to my role here, I volunteer as the chair of the Michigan Sierra Club. Gwen was instrumental in helping to, and so was John, in helping to expand the work that the Sierra Club does in the state of Michigan. Instrumental in fighting for, environmental justice, instrumental in fighting for preservation of lands and making sure that we have clean air and clean water. These were all central to who both of them were as people. Just as importantly, these were two people that were a part of the Ann Arbor community for a very, very long time and made a mark on, as you can tell, so many different people who they brought in with love, care, and compassion. And from the very first time that I met Gwen and I saw her smile, that stays with me even to this day. And no matter where I go in the world, when I'm doing environmental work, when I'm fighting for the people, I will remember the warmth of Gwen, her handshake, her hug, and her smile, because I know that those were things that came from a place that was from a deep, genuine place that you don't often see. But for her, it beamed through her eyes, her smile, her very existence. And it was a light for all of us that lifted everybody that you see behind, that was inspired to come out today, that lifted everybody that met her. And she was not loud like I am. She didn't, get up and give a bunch of speeches, but she had a quiet way of inspiring and motivating and pushing and prodding for change in her every day, in her every action, in her every waking moment, all the way until the day that she passed away. And so I want to take a moment just to honor her life, and I also want to honor John's life as well, who passed before her, with the last "therefore be it resolved," which says, now therefore be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby honors and celebrates the life of Gwen Nicetune, expressing deepest gratitude for her 6 decades of service, her unyielding dedication to preserving Michigan's precious natural heritage, and her embodiment of civic responsibility and environmental justice. So I'm going to present this tribute to the family, and I believe her son-in-law would like to say a few words, and her daughter is here as well. So
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, one, frog necklace. And,
let's go.
I just want to say trees can't vote and they should. And my mother, I think, spoke up for them and my dad. And I want to thank you for recognizing her efforts.
Most of the people standing behind me know the dining room that was just described. And when you come into the dining room, it's not ostentatious. And indeed, you can sit at that table for a while until you notice the first frog, which might be the centerpiece. And then the second frog, which could be the chandelier. Or the third one, which is the pattern on the wallpaper. Or the fourth, or the fifth, or there was a point where we were going to have a raffle to see if people were willing to guess how many frogs there were in the house, but then we couldn't quite decide how to count them. That's the experience you have sitting in that dining room. But that was not Gwen's experience. Her experience was actually to pull on a pair of waders, go out in the middle of the pond, and start by seeing nothing at all on a dark night. And we would see her out there and wonder, well, when is she coming back? We'd check on her 20 minutes later, she'd be in exactly the same position, like a statue herself, just listening and watching. She would come back after a couple of hours when she had seen all the frogs in the pond on a dark night. It takes that kind of patience to appreciate the details and the confluence of features and factors of life. And I think that's part of what made her, it gave her the strength to speak politically. So she was engaged in politics her entire life, but she was never sarcastic and never cynical. Now, who among you can say that? Sarcasm and cynicism, it's the coin of the realm in politics these days, but not for her, not at all. And as you contemplate your credentials as an environmentalist, and I'm sure you all feel you are environmentalists on some level or other, please don't forget to go out and get those waders. And rather than say voting on or approving massive infrastructure projects that required hundreds of tons of concrete and steel and glass, but just one pair of waders and an evening in a frog pond. And I think you'll find that you're the better environmentalist for that. Thank you.
Take a group picture. Let's take a group picture. Everybody come this way if you could. I think that's Oh, let's go in the hallway. Yeah, let's go in the hallway and do it that way. We can do the next one. Thank you all. I'll come out with you.
That's a lot of poetry. So far, I feel like we've had at the county commission tonight. So I'm the next commissioner presenting the next resolution. And this resolution is a resolution honoring Jennifer McCool for over 2 decades of service to Washtenaw County and congratulating her on her retirement from the Washtenaw County Clerk Register of Deeds Office. Yes. Come on
Yes,
up with
here I
me.
am.
Come
Here
stand
I
with me.
am. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna read this to you. Whereas Jennifer McCool has dedicated over McCool?
Yeah.
Okay. Where Jennifer McCool has dedicated over 2 decades of service to Washtenaw County in the Clerk Register of Deeds Office, providing support for all aspects of the office and contributing to the success and mission of the Washtenaw County Clerk Register of Deeds Office, no small thing, by the way. And whereas Ms. McCool has been immensely valued for her work ethic, commitment to a high standard of excellence and exactness in maintaining the records of the Clerk Register of Deeds Office, and whereas Ms. McCool began her career with the Washtenaw County Clerk Register of Deeds Office in 1997 and returned in 2003. And whereas Ms. McCool became a senior clerk register analyst in 2010 and a program manager in 2012. Whereas throughout her career, she has remained dedicated to efficiency, the Detroit Lions, good governance, the Detroit Tigers,
There you go.
and to customer service. And whereas Ms. McCool will be sorely missed by her colleagues in the department and the county. Now therefore be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby expresses its deepest gratitude to Jennifer McCool for her exemplary service to Washtenaw County and congratulates her on a well-deserved retirement.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm honored. I'm the worst public speaker in the history of anyone.
You're doing great.
But I did. I started in 97 and then I left and had my children. And yeah, they were babies and Catherine was 3 and the county, I went through buying houses and, soccer game, all of it. And
Whole life.
so my whole life, I grew up here too. So I just want to thank everyone. This is quite an honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right.
I don't even look at my retirement date, so congratulations once again. And now I'm going to have Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Light present the last honorary resolution for this evening.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing today? We're back. Seems like we haven't been here in a month of Sundays. Today, Commissioner Sanders and I will bring forth a resolution recognizing and celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the Summer Works program for Michigan Works Southeast. So we will start. Is there someone from Michigan Works here today?
Poverty Solutions, another partner.
Come on up. You can represent because you all have been going strong the whole 10. The resolution states, whereas the Washtenaw County Summer Works program was launched in 2016 through an initial partnership between the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office, Michigan Works Southeast, and the Washtenaw County Office of Community and Economic Development, and has since grown to include University of Michigan, Michigan Rehabilitation Services, the Washtenaw Intermediate School District, Washtenaw Alliance for Children and Youth, and the Ann Arbor Area Chamber of Commerce. And whereas SummerWorks matches young adults ages 16 to 24 living or attending school in Washtenaw County with a 10-week paid internship and mentorship opportunities through local employers and organizations. And whereas over the past decade, SummerWorks has placed more than 600 youth in internships with 143 participants engaged in 2024 alone through placements with 59 employees earning wages from $15 to $17 an hour. That's good, because when I was young, it wasn't that. Whereas the core mission of SummerWorks is to build relationships between youth, local employers, and the border Washtenaw County community in order to promote equity through youth empowerment, professional growth, and workforce development.
And whereas the program's vision includes ensuring that all young adults, regardless of background or economic situation, can I repeat that part? Regardless of background or economic situation, have access to career building opportunities, supportive mentorship, and professional networks in Washtenaw County. And whereas SummerWorks offers structured professional development such as resume and cover letter training, career exploration modules, and mentorship matching, preparing youth to begin their careers with confidence. And whereas SummerWorks has emerged as a community pillar, fostering diverse partnerships and supporting workforce equity in Washtenaw County over its 10 years of operations. Now therefore it be resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby recognizes and celebrates the 10th anniversary of SummerWorks and commends the county, university, employer, mentor, and community partners whose collective engagement over the past decade has enabled this transformational youth employment program. Be it further resolved that the board thanks the program staff and youth participants who have shaped SummerWorks with their energy, ambition, and commitment to the community.
Thank you for this recognition for SummerWorks. I'm Lauren Slogter. I'm with the team at Poverty Solutions at U of M. I'm afraid I'm a poor substitute for Kathleen Clancy and Morgan Cox, the ones who run the SummerWorks program and make it such a positive and meaningful experience for the youth in our community. But thank you for the recognition of this program and just, the impact that it's made over these 10 years. Appreciate it. She tried to sneak in. Meredith's always looking out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for letting us get the honorary resolutions into the hands of the people and families that deserve them. With that, we're going to move on to public participation. So if you're here this evening to speak to us as a Board of Commissioners, you'll have 3 minutes to come to the podium, introduce yourself, your city or your township, where you're from for record keeping for our clerk. You have 3 minutes. The lights will correspond to your time. Green, go, good. Yellow, start thinking about wrapping it up. Red means it's time to stop. I will stop you if the light goes to red in order to try to maintain fairness for the entire room. And we will not respond to public comments person by person, but we'll hold our response to the end. With that, anyone here for public participation?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Letitia Lamel Sharp, and I reside in Ypsilanti Township, where Commissioner Justin Hodge is my commissioner. This evening, I stand before you in this esteemed body in my official capacity as your Washtenaw County Treasurer. It is my distinct honor to introduce my newly appointed Chief Deputy to both this board and to the public. I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Tyrus Walls Sr. to the Office of County Treasurer. Mr. Walls began his duties on July 14th, 2025 as the Chief Deputy Treasurer. He started his career at Washtenaw County in 1999 as the Count Clerk in the Sheriff's Office and has since held various senior and executive leadership roles in finance management. Mr. Walls was appointed and deputized on July 17th, 2025 and has hit the ground running. He shares my vision as a treasurer for the people, where our mission is to responsibly manage public funds, provide transparent treasury services, and support residents with fair collection and programs, with fair tax collection and programs that promote economic stability and equality. As Chief Deputy Treasurer, Tyrus will oversee the day-to-day operations of the Treasurer's Office and provide executive support to my role as the Treasurer. On a personal note, I have had the pleasure of observing Tyrus in the community over the years and have always been impressed by his dedication, integrity, and commitment to public service. I am confident that his leadership will be a tremendous asset to our office and to the residents of Washtenaw County. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Tyrus Walls Sr. to his new role.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank the treasurer, whom I am so delighted to step into this role. My heart is just grateful, a spirit of gratitude. And you know, my name is Tyrus Walls Sr. I reside in Ypsilanti Township. Commissioner Justin Hodge is my commissioner. And, you know, I just look forward to working with each and every one of you. And again, you know, to have a full circle moment to start at the sheriff's office, work under Sheriff Scheibel, Sheriff Minzy, Sheriff Clayton, and now to work in the greatest office in the county, the treasurer's office under Treasurer Sharp. It's a privilege and an honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jessica Kelly. I reside in Pittsville Township. Commissioner Sanders is our commissioner. I am here on behalf of my son, Brandon. He was picked up by AAPD Ann Arbor Police Department on July 1st, 2025. He was homeless for several months and battling chronic mental illness. Ann Arbor Police Department knew of his mental illness. January 2023, he was picked up and transported to U of M Hospital by Ann Arbor Police Department for displaying erratic signs then. My son also told me those officers were very unkind to him, and he gave me reasons. August 1st, 2025, Sarah Stewart, liaison for Washtenaw County Jail Community Mental Health, finally called me after I left her and District Attorney Jen Janeski a message 7 days prior requesting immediate treatment for Brandon after witnessing his erratic behavior in court. Sarah claims Brandon has to exhibit behavior a threat to himself or others in order to receive court-ordered treatment, yet I have discharge papers from Havenwick Mental Facilities and Community Mental Health of Washtenaw County in regards to his chronic mental illness. As of today, I tried visiting my son for the 4th time at Washtenaw Community Jail, and I have not spoken with my son. He has not received any type of court-ordered treatment, and I am fighting tooth and nails trying to get my son the help that he needs. I was a single parent. I raised my son and my daughter in Lansing. We moved here 12, 13 years ago because I was just trying to make a better life for all of us. It was great, but this ongoing issue with my son and his mental health issues has been taking a toll on me trying to fight and get guardianship for him. I had spoken with Kara Galler of Operations for NAMI. She explained that her son had hit an officer and asked Carol Galler, is her son receiving treatment or
is he being held at Washtenaw County Jail?
Hello, my name is Jade Miller and I'm a resident of Pittsfield Township and have been with the county at CMH Youth and Family for 8.5 years. And in total, I have over 20 years experience. Recently, the mental health professionals, or MHPs, at Youth and Family submitted a JAQ proposal for our position to be reclassified. We worked hard and had everything submitted before the deadline and were expecting the results by the date HR had provided. That was a month from the deadline. That date came and went, and we did not hear results. A week later, we were finally informed that our classification was going to go from a pay scale of 111 to 112. Genevieve Cox from HR sent an email to one of my colleagues, who was the one who actually submitted the form, on June 6th of this year with the results. In the email, Ms. Cox stated, "If you would like to learn about our findings in more depth, I'd be happy to provide any explanation or the explanation of our analysis." Later that day, my coworker, on behalf of the MHPs who were behind the JAQ, replied with an email stating we wanted to appeal the decision and wrote, "In addition, I am requesting the offered explanation for HR's analysis." We were hoping to get the analysis before the appeal so that we could better prepare, but Ms. Cox did not provide us with the offered explanation of HR's analysis. At the appeal meeting, the Youth and Family MHPs were disrespected. We do not actually know if Ms. Cox was listening to what we were saying as she was turning her camera on and off through the appeal meeting, and it appeared she was eating and focused on other things during the meeting. She also made it clear that our pay is based on the bare minimum, and it is great that we do more, but that is not what our pay is based on. We feel we deserve to get paid the same as the behavioral psychologists at CMH who are a 114. We have the equivalent education and more job responsibilities at Youth and Family. If the county does not want to make all MHPs a 114, maybe the MHPs at Youth and Family need to be split from the other MHPs, as we do at least 2 positions, if not more. We are responsible to hold the cases and do case management on top of the MHP's role as a therapist. So I would just like to say that we do a lot and we felt very disrespected by the process. And we would encourage you to look at our pay and to pay us fairly so that we can afford to live in this county. And also, a question is, are we being held back because MHPs are predominantly women and minorities? And could you boost us to a 114 so at least we can live in this county and get paid for the work that we do? Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Fortune. I am also a mental health professional with Community Mental Health, Youth and Family. I reside in Western Wayne County in Canton Township because I can't afford to reside in this county. And I'd just like to support everything that Jay just said and say that it was a disillusioning and disappointing process, the JAQ process, and to realize when they say, well, HR will consider your appeal, HR is one person. One person, I don't know if she even understands what we do at Community Mental Health, Youth and Family. We save lives. We save lives every day. And that's an important thing to consider when you're considering our salaries. And I heard Commissioner Labar earlier today talk about you cannot replace 20 years of experience with a brand new hire. I've got 24 years and I'm still staying. I'm still here, even though I'm eligible for retirement, but I would like some incentive to remain here. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Rachel Kozla, and forgive me if I seem a little bit shaky. I've been working since this morning and came straight from work, and I haven't had a chance to eat dinner, which is on me, but I hope that it also shows my commitment to serving this county, because I too am a government employee of Washtenaw County. My name, again, is Rachel Kozla. I live in York Township, but I am also a mental health professional at Youth and Family, along with Barb and Jade. And I also want to add my comments about the process that we were recently involved in. I provide case management, therapy, crisis intervention, and evidence-based treatment, often for children experiencing suicidal ideation, trauma, abuse, and severe emotional dysregulation. This is critical, life-saving work. It is also emotionally and psychologically demanding. Despite the complexities and intensity of our role, our request for a higher job classification was denied. The decision sends a clear message that the work we do is not fully valued by the county we serve. Professionals with similar education backgrounds and credentialing are at higher pay grades and compensated more fairly by the county. These are my colleagues. Yet we, as mental health professionals at Youth and Family Department at Community Mental Health, are underpaid, underappreciated, and overextended. Despite carrying the weight of secondary trauma and performing duties essential to the public health and safety of this county. So I have to ask this, and I echo a little bit of what Jade said earlier. Is it because we are in a profession that is predominantly held by women or minorities? Or is it because we serve a population that is economically disadvantaged? Is it because we serve children that are often forgotten about? Why is the Youth and Family Department so underrepresented in the pay that we receive, the appreciation, and also the time that people give to listen to our concerns? It's also painfully ironic that we work for this county but cannot afford to reside here, despite our commitment to making this county better. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for fair recognition for the critical and complex role that we as mental health professionals at Washtenaw Community Mental Health Youth and Family Department provide on a daily basis. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else in the room for public comment?
Good evening. I'm Barbara Neesmay, and I'm the CEO and President of Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels. My public comment today is on reflection of the topics covered in the working session this evening. I am humbled by what the county leaders have shared. And with this few minutes, I wish to bring additional focus to the senior nutrition funds that support Meals on Wheels programs and other nutrition services throughout the county. We are grateful for this support, and we wish to highlight a white paper I shared in conjunction with other Meals on Wheels programs on August 1st with OCED and with commissioners. In short, we have documented the grim perspective of delays in funding for our programs. The Office of Community Economic Development can further share how the funds are distributed and how the amounts that are billed out. And I can say for our programs, it is material. As a result of this emerging situation, consideration is requested for gap funding if federal funds are delayed in 2025 and 2026. It is incredible that in these times that we have the older adult millage, and I mean that truthfully, and thanks to you all for bringing it to the voters. We also look forward to learning how millage funds can assist in this situation. Thank you.
Anybody else in the room for public comment?
Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone's been having a good summer so far. And just a reminder that the Johnny Lawrence Summer Jazz Festival is going on at Ford Lake Park in Nipsey Township every Friday from 7 to 9. All right, to the meat of the subject here. I'm sure you guys are aware of the shootings that's been happening in Nipsey Township on Tuttle Hill and Marks Road. Hopefully you're aware that the 2 suspects have been arrested and stuff. And some of those homes that they shot into were actually occupied. And that can go horribly wrong. We've heard of that gone wrong before where people been shot, and little kids been shot dead laying in their beds. Those suspects from our Washtenaw County prosecutor has not been charged with felony firearm again, 2 times in Nipsey Township. I'm asking Commissioner Hodge, with the support of the other commissioners, implore you to bring the Washtenaw County prosecutor, to have him stand where I am, to ask him why he isn't charging that charge. I don't want to hear from some letter or I've had some phone call and here's what he said. He's going for the state's highest lawyer position in this state. He needs to stand here and explain himself for his actions. If he's not representing Ypsi Township, he's not representing the rest of the county either as well. And I don't think he'll serve the state well as either. I know this because I had an experience with a person that I don't know no longer. In the past couple of years, they were found and branded a very large knife against somebody, and I asked them, why wasn't that a felony? It was a misdemeanor. And all I could hear from this person was how they beat the system and got away with pulling a big, big knife on somebody. When you don't charge people properly, some people have the tendency they got away with it and will continue to do things again, unfortunately. And I don't know if you all have any experience with people who've had firearms pulled on themselves before. I personally have, when I was younger, had a small 22 Derringer type pistol stuck to my right temple. Still obviously still have not forgot about it. The people who have firearms pulled on them or shot at them will not forget that experience. This Washtenaw County prosecutor is locating the victims and helping the perpetrators in the crimes. This needs to be addressed. I'm asking you, especially Commissioner Hodge and all the other commissioners, to support to bring the Washtenaw County prosecutor here to ask him why isn't he charging that charge. Thank you.
Will you just say your name and I know we know, but say it for the record.
Jeremy Haley, Ypsi Township.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Ashley, do we have anybody online?
Yes, Chair. First, we have Abigail Allman.
Go ahead, Abigail.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Abigail Allman. The last time I addressed you, I lived in Ypsilanti Township, but I've since moved to the city of Detroit. I work for the county in the Access Department, Community Mental Health as a clinical social worker and intake assessment for both adult teams. I'm also the Unit A Chapter Chair of AFSCME Local 2733. I represent community mental health as well as a large majority of the county workforce. You heard some of my colleagues and union members speak today regarding their process with the JAQ. I just wanted to come on here and show support for them. As social workers, and care providers, we are often, instructed to advocate for our clients, which, I've had the privilege of learning from them, specifically how youth and family MHPs provide support to the families of Washtenaw County. It has been pretty eye-opening to learn about their, the expectations of their role and how, it is quite more significant than other MHPs in the county, taking on 3 and 4, different job roles that are not necessarily reflected in their position. As social workers and care providers, I think it's courageous and worth, celebrating when, we obviously advocate for our clients, but it is stigmatized and even discouraged to advocate for ourselves in a better workplace. So that's all. I appreciate their time. I apologize that I could not be there in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online, Ashley?
There's no one else online, Chair.
Okay. At this time, it is Commissioner follow-up to public participation. Commissioners, Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. I kept a list here. I think I won today with the most constituents giving public comment. I'll start to thank Treasurer Sharp coming out and introducing us to Tyrus. So thank you very much and looking forward to working with you. Thank you for coming out. To the constituent that, well, not, this one's not one of my constituents, but for the person that mentioned the challenges with AAPD in the sheriff's office and in the jail, I think probably the best recommendation is to engage the sheriff's office directly or file some sort of complaint. I think they can provide you more information than we certainly can here. I think there are other challenges at play that we're not aware of. And if you haven't already done that, I think somebody here could help you, any of the people sitting at the desks there. For everyone that came to talk about the mental health professionals, I want to thank you all for your work. So earlier in my career, I was a clinical social worker at the CMH in the Lansing area, and I had a comparable position to the ones that you're talking about. So I understand how challenging it can be. And I appreciate you sharing the difficulties with the JEQ process in the work environment. So it's certainly something that we can all talk about and work on. So thank you. Your work is very much appreciated by, I think, everyone up here, but I'll say especially me as the one social worker sitting up here. So thank you very much. Jeremy, I will attempt to have a conversation with the prosecutor. Where are you at, Jeremy? There you are. Okay. I don't know if we could necessarily like do what you're suggesting where you come and have him stand at the podium and so we grill him on it, but I would try to expeditiously get information about that and we could talk more about it. Did I miss anybody? I did. No, those are other notes. We had one written public comment to respond to as well. It was from Phoenix Mobility related to the older adults millage and their request or hope that they could be included in some funding allocation related to transportation. So just in case anybody missed the written public comment, that's there too. It's the time to respond to all the public comments. So thank you all very much, especially the social workers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I didn't know we were keeping score about constituents.
I won today. You know, you'll win another day.
Yeah, I had no idea that was a competition until today. Commissioner Sanders?
I had a question about the last employee that spoke about the job reclassifications. She indicated that they were denied, and that wasn't what I thought I heard from the previous two. That was the job reclassification denied, or was it not provided the level that was requested?
We can't actually have a back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I
that's-
think,
that's
I
an
think that,
inquiry for me,
yeah.
because I just think that we need to,
yeah,
I want to make sure that if we're making this information available to the public, that we're giving them the actual facts. And so if a job classification was requested and it came back one level higher and not possibly 4 levels higher, we need to be clear with our residents that it wasn't denied. They just didn't receive what they wanted. And I also wanted to address, the narrative that we continue to get from our employees. And I believe that they are all committed and hardworking, but there's a narrative that somehow the county owes our employees a salary that will allow them to live in the county. And I don't know that that's a very safe narrative, especially when we don't require as a condition of employment that they live here in the county. As someone who has, I don't know what it is to work one job. I've had to work 2 jobs and I've lived here 36 years. I'm not saying that it's you know, we could be considered a high rent district. But I do think I don't know that it makes a good argument because that's not something that is a condition of employment, that we owe you a salary that will allow you to live here. And also, there's no guarantee that even if we paid you a salary that would allow you to live here, that you're committing to living here. I never hear that. I've never heard that nor seen a guarantee that if you were to get this increase that you want, no matter what that is, that you're gonna uproot your life where you are and move here because you've received an increase. So, and I want to be clear, because we'll have employees walking away saying, Commissioner Sanders doesn't support us. That's not it. I've taken many lashes for some of these employees publicly. I support you, but I just want to be clear that I don't know any employer that guarantees that they're going to pay you a wage that would allow you to live in any particular area or district. I'm not certain that it's a strong argument. When you're talking to us about your skill set, your education level, and things like that, that's something different, and that's HR related. But the narrative that, you know, somehow it's terrible if we don't give you a raise just so you can live in Washtenaw County, I'm not sure that that's a strong narrative. And I never hear anyone say, I'm gonna move soon as I get that raise. And if I were you and I weren't living here and I got a raise, I would stay where I was and save the raise. I wouldn't spend it on higher rent necessarily. So I've not addressed that in the 4 years, but I needed to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. And thank you to everybody that came and spoke. I want to mainly address the, wow, there's an empty chair next to me. Oh, here's me. I'm here.
Oh, that was on my old chair. That's
It's all
okay.
good. It's all good. It was like the voice with no disembodied voice. I want to speak directly to the staff that showed up today. I want to start by saying thank you for coming and speaking. It is not an easy thing to do, to come before this body as employees of this organization and say what you did. I know from talking to other county staff that there is, you know, all kinds of fear that comes along with coming and speaking in these settings. And I want to thank you for your courage to come forward and to share with us directly. I think that we need an environment at the county where all employees feel that they can come to that podium and speak their mind to us and not have any fear of anything happening. But anything but us listening and acting. So I want to thank you for your courage, first and foremost, for coming and speaking out. I want to say that I fully support your, folks that are in your job classification getting bumped beyond the position that was offered. It sounded like 100 or the 112 level was what was offered to you. I fully support you getting paid more than that. I think that it's not just the job that you do, but it's it's the importance of the job that you do. It's the amount of hours that you all put in. It is the danger of the job that you do. It is the emotional strain of the job that you do. It's the emotional strain on your families of the job that you do. And I don't think there's any reason why, we shouldn't be giving strong consideration to more pay for your position. I also want to note that it is somewhat with frustration that I hear, what you've brought forward. This body didn't really bat an eye when we had a proposal in front of us to pay 17 county employees $500,000 and structurally divided amongst them. And those were all basically top earners at the county already. The board passed that. And we gave them all their pay raise. You're not making as much money as those folks do. And here you are having to, fight and scrape and claw to get what is likely to amount to, even if you go up to 114, not that big of a pay increase in the end. So I am very sympathetic to your advocacy, and I believe that we should not have a double standard at this body of treating administrative staff with more leniency when it comes to salary determinations than we do the folks that are, in my opinion, doing the actual work of serving our residents. So that is something that I definitely have in mind. And I will just close by saying it is a goal, a personal goal of mine as one of the 9 commissioners, that we do pay our employees a wage that is adequate to live in our county. Whether they choose to live here or not is their choice. But I do believe that it is important that we pay a salary that allows for people to live in our community. That is the least we can do, and it's a standard I believe that we should uphold. And so I am only one of 9, but that is what I believe, and that's what I wanted to say. So thank you for coming today.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville?
Thank you, Chair. Your nameplates are not switched, so.
Oh.
Katie Scott's over there and Angela Barr is over there.
Oh,
So
Okay.
I just wanted to follow up to a few things. Thank you, Barbara, for coming. Ipsy Meals on Wheels is located in my district, and they do really great work. And I've talked to Barbara a lot over the last couple of months about the impacts of what's happening at the federal level and state level and how we can fill gaps and make sure people, older adults, are fed, and not just the bare minimum with the millage. So looking forward to continued conversations. And to the employees that spoke, I think what was consistent across the board was the fact that there's not pay equity among people who do the exact same jobs in different areas of the organization. And I find that very frustrating. And that type of scenario makes me wish that we had more power as commissioners, to be able to just make something that makes a lot of sense to me to provide pay equity in that situation. But so I guess I'm voicing it here. I support you all, and I hope that there's something that can be done to provide pay equity for you, because it's really, at the very least, you deserve pay equity. But I think I manage a small office, and I tell people this all the time, just because I'm the chief of staff, like there are people that I manage that the office couldn't function without them. And the only reason why I can do my job is because they're doing theirs. And so it's always the people that are lower. I hate saying it like that, because in my eyes, the people who answer the phones in my office and answer the emails are actually more important than I am. And so that's how I feel about all of our employees at the county. The people who are actually doing the work that impacts the day-to-day functions are the most important. And I think that should be reflected in the way that you're paid. So I know how hard it is for you to come here out of fear of, like retaliation. And I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it is a scary position to be in when you're an employee and you're not sure if you can speak out with being retaliated against. And so thank you for doing that. And I think the points made too about the way certain positions, and this is a national problem, jobs that are typically held by women and minorities are often on the lower of the pay scale and just not considered that important, even though those are the positions that hold up the world. So thank you for coming, and I hope we can get you guys pay equity. Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Somerville. Commissioner Machieski?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to thank Barb from Ipsy Meals on Wheels for coming in. I guess Greg, I want to follow up to better understand the funding flow, because that's a little bit different than what I've experienced in the past in terms of disruption. So I just want to give you foreshadowing. I'm going to ask about that outside the meeting. But I have to note the new deputy treasurer, Tyrus. I have history with Tyrus, because Tyrus was supposed to be the new MC at Older Michiganians Day next year. And now he shows up as the deputy treasurer. So I know Tyrus from the aging world, so it's good to see you. Welcome. I'll tell the treasurer she got a good one. Tyrus is a really good guy, and welcome to Washtenaw County. Glad to have you here. And even though we're losing you out of the aging space, to be here at the county is fantastic. So welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Machieski. Commissioner Light?
I would like to thank everyone who came out today, for our employees that showed up. Thank you for showing up and speaking out. I am always available if you do not want to come forward and you think that there will be some kind of retaliation. I'm here for it, and I will advocate for you, because it can get uncomfortable. We've had employees who have come to share, and it just wasn't so great afterwards. So thank you. Call me if you need me, text me, email me, send smoke messages. I'll be there. I show up in person. So, I understand. I worked in social services and education. And so definitely, uh, some underpaid careers. And so, I understand. And now the conversation has been had. Everybody's been put on notice. So it is heard. And just call me. The next thing I wanted to say is, Barbara, thank you. I know we have a gap to fill, and I'm down with being a gap filler. So, I am going to hustle, bustle, and run and try to figure out a way, you know, to get us to the finish line and making sure, that we don't, experience what we have presented in front of us. So thank you, and myself and my colleagues, we are all working on it. Jeremy, thank you for always showing up and giving us and providing us with, information. Our community violence has been on an uproar, here lately. Additionally, I know you spoke of that there were, some shootings in Tuttle Hill, and I believe you said Marks Road in Ypsi Township, and then also in Ypsi Township, at the end of the month in July, there were 2 fatal shootings, one on Ecorse Road, in Ypsilanti near the McDonald's, I think the McDonald's parking lot. One a couple of weekends ago at Anderson Villa Apartments, as well in Ypsi Township. So our violence has been on the rise. And I think, I'm gonna circle this back to, our community violence intervention teams, are not being provided, resources and stipends, and being able to go out and work in the community, and being able, to prevent, because community violence intervention, is a preventative measure. They go out and they get into the community. And so that's something that they haven't been afforded to do. They haven't been able to do, because they haven't received the funding that has been provided to them through grants. And so I bring that up to circle back to making sure that I state, that our sheriff's office, this is my last time talking about this publicly. Allocate the funds, provide the funds to our community violence intervention team, because we don't need to continue to have an uproar in numbers of fatal shootings. It's ridiculous. So provide the community violence intervention team the funding. I'll make this analogy. When I was an undergrad, I would receive scholarships or financial aid, and I would want to utilize, funding for one semester from another semester, and they would say, you can't do that. Whether it be utilizing new money for your past, balance, you couldn't do it. Or you just can't do it. So we have past funds that were allocated from the state to the community violence intervention team that is now being used for current, community violence intervention that has been made up along the way, some kind of way. We're not doing that. So I just want to say, get it together, allocate the funds, because it's my last time saying it. We're not doing that. And I believe that this will eliminate if we are able to continue the work that has been done. And then that rotates into where Elizabeth will be able, where he won't even have to go about with these charges and wondering why this is a misdemeanor, why this is not, but he has to follow the law. And he can't just decide how he's gonna charge, what he has to charge. There is work behind that. I began some education and a paralegal degree. It is lots of work. It is lots of things that go behind it. He doesn't just get to say, hey, this is that, but I know he will be more than open to have that conversation, and to be, it'll be justified and it'll be legal. So just, you can go to his office, you can call him, you can email him, but we will make sure that we reach out, so that we can get that information. And I believe that is all that I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Light. Commissioner Beaman?
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank everyone who came forward to speak tonight. I apologize, I didn't get the name of the mother from Pittsfield, but I would like to follow up on that because that was deeply concerning, the care in the county jail. I would like to have some answers to that and a little bit more information. So feel free to reach out directly. To our new deputy treasurer, Mr. Walls. Great to have you here. I got to meet you the other week, but it's great to have you here in person. So thank you for joining us for this evening. For Barb from Meals on Wheels, thanks for coming forward and everything that you do. I'm deeply concerned for the nutrition of our seniors, of our entire community, but as of our seniors. So thank you for coming forward and being such a vocal advocate for our staff. I'm the commissioner that always says we don't make widgets, we have services and people are behind those services. And so I deeply thank you for what you are providing to the community. I'm very concerned for the future of CMH in general from the presentation that we had in the prior session, and the caseloads and the workloads and all of those things. So I'm very upset to hear that you feel you weren't valued, because that's where you are and that's where you should be. You should be valued in your work every day. And there should be dialogue and there should be questions answered. And we don't necessarily always get the answer that we want, but if we're not having that back and forth, that's beyond frustrating. So I'm very sorry to hear that that's happening. And I hope that there can be a greater resolution in the future. And to Commissioner Somerville's point, I wish we had a little bit more pull in those things, because you do the work. You do the work. You're why we're here. As a board, you're here to do the work that truly matters in our community. So just thank you for continuing and coming forward and all of those different pieces. And I'm just gonna add a little tiny nugget. We still don't have a budget from the state. So if anyone tuning in at home wants to reach out to their state representative or specifically to Matt Hall, that would be great, so that we can make budgetary decisions, as we will have a forced government shutdown come October 1 if we don't have a budget. July 1 was when it was due. Let's see today's date. Today's date is August 6th. Over a month. We still don't have the information. We're waiting, schools are waiting, everyone's waiting. So if you can tune in at home, want to give them a call, please do. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Beaman. Spoken like a true instructor, professor. Your work is late, get it in. Commissioner Somerville?
Okay, I just have a small funny thing because I forgot until Commissioner Maciejewski spoke up. When Treasurer Sharp introduced me to the new deputy and I found out he had experience in the older adult space, I jokingly, half serious, encouraged him to apply for the office of aging director. But all jokes aside, I did share this briefly when I ran into them outside of work setting, just that I'm excited to work with both of you on how we can get to that one of those core issues that we decided are going to be part of our work with older adults in preventing and eliminating homelessness for people, especially homeowners, and preventing foreclosure. So I'm excited, even, I think it's great actually that we have people in a different department that understand the older adult space, especially when we know housing is such a big piece of the puzzle. So just welcome to the county, welcome back, I guess. It sounds like welcome back. So just excited to have you. And I was gonna not bring this up, but Chair Scott thought it would be would lighten up the mood. So a commissioner trying to, steal a new employee for a different department. It was a joke though. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville. Any other commissioner follow-up to public participation? I'll go real quick. I did tell Commissioner Somerville, sometimes it's nice to have a little levity. I'll try not to bring us back down too far. Deputy Walls, welcome. And I think it was a brilliant idea to try to steal you, but unfortunately Treasurer Sharp got you first. So I'm happy that you're here. I'm happy that you're doing that work with her. You guys look like you will be a fun team. Jessica Kelly, that was the Pittsfield mom, Commissioner Beaman. I don't know if you're still here, but your story was brave and honest, and you're being the best mama bear that you can be out here advocating for your child. And I see you and I appreciate that. And we're going to try to see what we can do to connect you with people so you can be sure that your son is getting services that he needs. Whew, okay. Thank you, Barbara Nice May, for coming. As always, Jeremy. I'm always interested to hear, like, it's like boots on the ground, what we're hearing from you. And then finally, to the county employees who came, I want to say that I do know that it is difficult to stand in front of a board like this and make comments. It's also sort of a scary thing to do. And I also know that compensation is one of the most important ways that we value people. And it's also one of the most complex pieces to get right. I want to mention here, note that I talked to Administrator Dill just on the side a little bit here, who's going to get us more information soon. He assures us that that will happen. And he's talked with our HR director who's here tonight too. So I want you to know that we are thinking about how we review compensation structures, budget realities. But that being said, I do want to recognize that sometimes what seems fair on paper doesn't always feel fair in practice. And so I want to continue to stay in conversation about this. And I want you to know that your voice matters, and that while I might not be able to promise an immediate resolution to this, I can promise more transparency and more advocacy, and assure you that this is something I take seriously. So thank you for coming and advocating for you, your professions, and ultimately the people you serve. So thank you. That is the end of Commissioner follow-up to public participation at 8:25. It's a record for us right now. That being said, you can all see the agenda here, and at the end of the agenda is a closed session, but I'm going to move that closed session forward. Does anybody, Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. I move that we go into closed session to discuss 1, Fox v. Washtenaw foreclosure litigation with counsel, and 2, negotiation strategy for union negotiations.
Great. Do I have a second? We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
If we must.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville.
Oh, she's already going down to, okay, so what,
Passed.
that motion passed. So what this means, if you're here, is that we go into closed session in a downstairs conference room and we'll be back upstairs when the closed session is done, if you're watching at home. I think you just see a blank screen. I'd really like to get some like, there is a background music. There's a message. Andrew's saying we have it. I want music. I want some nice jazz. Yes, okay. We'll see y'all soon. Can I give you a playlist? Yeah, I'm playing with the slides. Okay, we're calling the meeting back to order. Thank you for waiting for us in closed session. Next item on the agenda is liaison reports. Any liaison reports? No? Yes? Okay. Commissioner Hodge, I tried, friends.
It's only 9:45 and we should do the liaison report.
All right, well,
No,
there's
thank you, Chair.
people
Okay,
waiting
I'll
to
make it
present
quick.
to us. Okay.
Okay, all right, I'm making it quick here. So I got some good stuff from the health department as usual. We still have friends from the health department in the audience there. I'll be quick about it because we're going to see more of the budget information soon from them. But I did want to highlight a couple of things. We have this document here that we could send out, but this part, you're not going to really be able to see it. But it goes over some of the positions that are going to be held because of funding challenges. That includes some of the Washtenaw Health Project positions that we've talked about before, but also it includes health equity, a health equity position. So my hope is that since we value health equity here, we can find a way to make that happen with the budget. Another thing that was useful or interesting from the health department is we passed a resolution honoring the 10th anniversary of the Washtenaw County Dental Clinic at the last Board of Health meeting. I won't read it since it's okay, I don't gotta read it. But congratulations for the 10th anniversary of the Washtenaw County Dental Clinic. We also had Summer Health Day today. All right, Summer Health Day was a good day at Washtenaw County Health Department. I think it was bigger than the last 2 years. Weather was also better because it was rainy, I think, one of the years. No cornhole this time, but they had other games and tic-tac-toe and all that good stuff. Oh, Connect Four. So that was fun. So thank you and congratulations to the health department again on another successful Summer Health Day. Pictures to come, plenty of pictures to come. Another one we have, I'll be quick on this one, an advisory council and reparations meeting, the one from July that we had. We are entering into a partnership with a unit at U of M that's going to provide us some pro bono research assistance with the work there. So no cost to us at all. So thank you to that group and thank you to, where's Derek at? Thank you to Derek, wherever Derek is. OCD, so from Community Action Board, we haven't had a meeting since the last one of these, but they did want us to highlight 2 events that are coming up. One of them is Ipsy Food Fest, which is on August 9th from 12:30 to 7:30. And then we have the Summer Fest, the Joe Doolin Summer Fest also coming up soon. So stay tuned for those things. And that concludes my liaison report.
Thank you. Commissioner Labar?
At COC, we had our meeting, and the big thing to highlight there is twofold. One, the HUD budget that they are working on in Congress right now is going to be detrimental. It will largely be detrimental with sleight of hand in terms of not a lot of cuts in some places numerically for programs, but then, 26% cut in staff and other hurdles that will exacerbate the challenge. The other thing is they are coming after the tenant-based rental assistance. And so I don't want to be a broken record, but it's bad news. It's detailed bad news, and there's a lot of it. The other thing to keep in mind, just as relates to COC, is there was some discussion of this executive order that President Trump has signed that basically criminalizes people who are homeless. And I think that will exacerbate a number of mental health issues, public safety issues. It's again, very detrimental policy. Maybe the one saving grace is that it's an executive order that's, I think, likely not really something that can be enforced the same way, but someone will get hurt by it somewhere soon. And so I just flag it because it was obviously discussed at the COC. That was about it, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other liaison reports? Okay, we'll move on to the report from the county administrator.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be joined by Brady Peck today. He'll give you an update on our older adults millage. I think he has a couple of slides. While that gets teed up, just a couple real quick hitters for you all. In your inbox should be a mid-year organizational update. That update is a takeoff on what we've accomplished year to date, and it is using or leveraging your information from the conversation that we had setting your priorities as a guide. So take a look at that. It's planned to go to the full organization in the morning. Animal control, we will be sending a communication with updated data and metrics to our partners. And that will be a precursor to face-to-face discussions that I will have with them related to having a more balanced funding strategy. Lastly, you heard Shona Terrazas talk earlier in our meeting about the Townsley Health Tour. I was a part of that tour this morning. I want to thank her and Shekinah Singletary for taking some of their time and some of their talent to walk me through not only the building, but the budget. And I think that is a tremendous opportunity for this body to lean in and do something transformational for our community. So I look forward to having something back for you all to take a look at. I've talked to the chair about it, and I think between the two of us, we can co-author something for you all to consider. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brady. Just has a couple of quick slides, and that will conclude my report.
All right, thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Administrator. Last meeting in July, you all approved the millage operating framework. And so here's an update on how we've been operationalizing that over the last month. So we posted the Director of Aging Services. We had 78 applicants that closed, I believe, yesterday. There's a number of applicants we were extremely excited about. We had a transportation RFP that closed last Friday. We received 4 proposals. Senior center allocations, those contracts have all gone out to the senior centers. 4 of them have been executed and those disbursements are in progress. The remaining 6 contracts are in progress. Largely, those centers need to take it to their boards for approval. Food bank allocation, that is in progress. We are receiving regular invoices from food gatherers. And the skip allocation is complete and those dollars are out the door. Upcoming milestones, Director of Aging Services. We are planning to have the first round of interviews later this month, early September, pending schedules for the interview committee and also the applicants. Second round interviews, if necessary, later in September, and an offer late September, early October to our preferred candidate. Transportation RFP, the team is currently scoring those proposals and we'll bring our funding recommendations back to you at the next meeting, September 3rd. Senior Nutrition Program, we're planning to transition that to the Office of Aging per the policy framework in Q4 of this year once they begin their new fiscal year and also once we have the Director of Aging Services on board. With that, any questions?
Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, no, I just appreciate the update and I just want to thank our staff for all the hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank
it's
you,
a lot
Chair.
of work we've set out for you to do. And like always, you're rising to the occasion. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes my report.
Okay, fantastic. The next item on the agenda, okay. Yeah,
So in terms of the animal services update that you just gave us, can you repeat? So you were saying basically you're going to start meeting with the local jurisdictions. What's the timeline on that? What are the conversations that you're planning to have? I mean, we need money to start flowing in from those local jurisdictions.
Correct. Right now, it's my plan to make sure that those meetings have concluded during the month of August. So that gives us just a few more weeks to move through that. We have updated data and metrics. As you all know, I want to leverage that information to make sure that we're talking about those conversations in the right way and that we're talking about what it will take to effectively fund the animal control program in Washtenaw County. And to me, that implies that our community partners are going to step up and meet us in the middle on funding. That has not always been the case. I hate that I'm saying that in public, but that's really the elephant in the room as we think about what comes next. I hope to have an update for you guys at the September 3rd meeting.
I will look forward to discussing this further on September 3rd.
I'd like to assure everybody that even though we're discussing it further, I don't think it's in anybody's plans to do like the Denmark Zoo. So you should just Google the Denmark Zoo and then there you go. Commissioner Light?
I just wanted to let the administrator know that if he needed any suggestions or recommendations with the animal control and with our partners partnering, I have a lot of them.
I may need some backup. I'll come to you for backup. So, all right.
Okay, great. The next item on the agenda is the report of the Chair of the Board of Commissioners. And I do actually have something for this evening. I've asked Pam Smith to come and talk to us about BOC funding strategies. I think we've talked a lot about coordinated funding, coordinated informed funding, et cetera. And it strikes me that sometimes what we've done from this table is a little bit haphazard. So I've asked Pam to come and talk to us with her experience as a major, an organization that was a major funder and now a member of our county staff. So we can have some ideas about how we want to move forward, talk about funding from this table. I'm very excited about the conversation this is going to open for us here and super excited to have you here.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So thank you. My name is Pam Smith. I'm the Human Services Administrator. Thank you to Commissioner Beaman for representing York Township. Appreciate that. And this conversation was just born out of a number of conversations I had with Chair Scott, talking about a wide variety of different kinds of things post-coordinated funding. And so I just kind of wanted to go through a few different funding strategies. What we have tonight, although I only have 5 minutes, I know, we do have the luxury of time in talking about this, and that's why it was important for me to try to get it in front of you now while we still had time. So the new Human Services Partnership, as you know, where do I point this? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Many of you know about the new Human Services Partnership. It is set to expire in June 30th of 2027. So that gives us about 18 months to really talk to you as the Board of Commissioners on what you want your strategies to be moving forward. It's currently about a $15.2 million investment over 5 years in a partnership with the City of Ann Arbor. You agreed to these different focus areas in 2022, safety net, high impact, and mini grants. So those are currently the new Human Services Partnership. But it is a significant amount of money. And so it's a great time now to talk about strategy and what you want to happen in the future. So I thought some of the great places to begin would be with these options. Internal county coordinated funding. A lot of you have talked about coordinated funding and what it had done. I did operationalize coordinated funding. I was on the original committee that launched that. And so it was interesting to me when I came here to the county, I was interested in understanding how much money went out from the county and how you all tracked it. So we'll talk about that in a second. A BOC approved focus areas. So now in 2 more years, you'll have the chance to say, is poverty, racism, and trauma where we want to stay? Or is there other things that we need to discuss now so we know what we're going to do when the time comes? And then a mandated financial review is just kind of a best practice among grant makers and funders. So I wanted to put that just kind of in your thought process. So what would internal county coordinated funding look like? So it would be a coordination across all county departments grant making to optimize and understand really the cross-departmental investments that are being made. So examples of departments that may currently make investments: OCED, CMH, administration, the BOC makes investments, the sheriff, the treasurer may also make investments. So if we understood where all outgoing funding was going, we could really maximize the impact of taxpayer dollars, we could reduce duplicative funding, and we could more effectively deploy taxpayer dollars in our community. Just something to think about. The BOC approved focus areas. So I think it's really important to think about what as the Board of Commissioners is your mission and vision? What kind of collective impact do you want to make in the community? By being mission and vision aligned, you're going to be able to make more collective impact happen. You'll acknowledge that funding is finite. I know that you guys get countless requests for dollars for important, initiatives, for new grants, for all kinds of things. And when you acknowledge that funding is finite and you only have X amount of dollars and you have talking points about that, it predetermines the spend. And I know that there's always going to be unplanned and, catastrophic pandemics or whatever, where things would have to change. But you are able to really take the time now to think about what areas of focus are really important. So if you stick with poverty, racism, and trauma, that's the current NHSP focus areas. You could think about health, education, and financial stability. As Administrator Dill says, we are the safety net of the safety net. That could be a focus area. But when you agree upon the scope, what it really allows you as the Board of Commissioners to do, to have clear funding award decisions. You'd have improved ability to aggregate outcomes and really rely on impact. You can talk about Washtenaw County as a whole, not what is CMH doing, not what is OCED doing, but what is the county? I think Commissioner Robbie, you say almost at every meeting, what kind of impact is the county making and are you being recognized for it? So I know that there's probably a general fund ledger out there somewhere that would tell you where every dollar is being spent in the community. I think that would be pretty powerful to know. And then you'd have increased transparency for taxpayers on county priorities for human services. The mandated financial review is just a best practice, and it builds on the precedent that was set during Washtenaw coordinated funding time. So before funds were promised or granted to a partner by the BOC or any department, a complete financial review would be completed before a resolution would be presented. You want to do this because you want to test the organization's emphasis on financial stamina. You want to know what their operational capacity is. You want to know about sustainability of operations. If you make a grant in 2025, are they going to be around in 2026 to make sure that the program happens? Is there financial accountability audits, financial reviews, and what's the staff expertise like? And again, it's not to be punitive, it's so you have a better understanding before you give someone a check of where your dollars are going. Benefit to the county then is you're mitigating financial risk. You're ensuring that the partner has the appropriate cash flow. You have due diligence that demonstrates responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. And for the grantee, you have a capacity building opportunity that illuminates compliance to best practices, and it gives them additional information and professional development opportunities, as well as areas for attention, possibly. So this is just a primer. My grandma probably would say a primer, but we have a lot of really great work happening in Washtenaw County. We have a tremendous amount of expertise among nonprofit directors. They need to be supported. They need to understand what the rules of the game are. Like if you think about in sports, football has a field, soccer has a pitch, basketball has a court, right? A baseball has a diamond. But everyone understands when you walk into those boundaries of that particular game, you know the rules. You know what you're supposed to do when you enter that arena or that court. And I think by having some of these things in line, then you will have not only the rules of engagement delineated for people, but they'll know how to step into that court and deliver top-notch results for you. So just food for thought.
Fantastic. I think there might be some questions.
Okay.
And I mean, so colleagues, so you know that the idea here was to start this this is the beginning of a discussion to have like this, because I think we spend a lot of time thinking about what we're gonna do about funding external organizations and sometimes miss focusing on internal things. But I think if we knew the arena, field, pitch, or diamond that we were playing on, it would clear up some of those things and we would have a good idea as a board, and especially the idea of the coordinated funding with the county. And it might make it clearer for everybody what the county does if we have an idea to have that narrative. So this is sort of the beginning of a series of conversations I'm hoping we can have to talk about what our priorities might be and things like that. And I think I said like 5 minutes and it was so good, so good.
Thanks.
Commissioner Robbie already indicated he's got a question here.
It's actually not a question. Given the late hour, I will just say I fully support this effort and I fully support everything that you've said. This absolutely needs to be done for the county, and it would make our ability to do this work, it would amplify our ability to do this work so much more. So thank you for presenting the outlines of what could be a really cool policy and plan for our county. And thank you, Chair, for bringing this conversation forward. I fully support this effort.
Thanks. Anything for Pam Smith before she? Okay.
Thanks so much. I really
Thank you.
appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. And obviously it is late, and so I'm not gonna, ask anybody to have a protracted conversation. But if you would review maybe what Pam said here today and start thinking about your own ideas on this subject, I'll be interested to talk to each and every one of you about next steps. Next item on the agenda is a special order of business. So first is a public hearing on creating the Groves Farm Historic Ordinance. I call the hearing open. Any comments on this hearing here at the meeting? Okay, I see none. That public hearing is closed. The new public hearing on amending the Washtenaw County Property Assessed Clean Energy Base Program. Feels funny doing the gavel. Any comments on that here today for this public hearing? Okay, that hearing's closed. And finally, a resolution to set a public hearing on Broadway Park Brownfield Plan for September 3rd. To move that? Yeah, can somebody move that, please?
Support.
And we can have discussion on that. Any discussion on that? Okay, that's, all those in favor, please say aye. Does it have to be voice, roll? Sorry, I was wrong. As soon as I said it, I was like, I knew it was a roll. All right, Ashlyn.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is appointments. Would somebody like to move the appointments? All right, discussion. Commissioner Robbie?
Just a quick factual correction. This is immaterial probably, but just wanted to note that Susan Bryan is not a reappointment to the position that we are reappointing her to. We are appointing her to the position that was formerly held by Susan Lackey, who resigned midterm. And so Susan Bryan is being appointed to complete the remainder of Susan Lackey's term.
Okay.
So just wanted to correct that on the appointments document.
Okay. Any other discussion? I can do a voice with that one, right? Roll.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light. Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Appointments passed.
Okay, great. Consent agenda is the next. Anybody want to move the consent?
So moved.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor? I can do a voice vote on that one. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, item passes. Resolutions. Who would like to move the resolutions? Commissioner LeVar.
Sure, Chair. We have no first readings and no final readings. So under 3, single reading A resolution authorizing the 2025-26 Indigent Public Defense Budget and Compliance Plan. B, a resolution ratifying the Community Corrections Comprehensive Plan. C, a resolution ratifying the submission and acceptance of the Michigan Health Endowment Fund Behavioral Health Initiative Grant. D, a resolution authorizing the 25-26 State Child Care Fund budget from trial court. E, a resolution to approve the award of $2,250,000 of opioid settlements from the Health Department. F, a resolution authorizing the creation of an opioid settlement advisory committee from Health Department. G, a resolution to adopt an ordinance designating Groves Farm as Washtenaw County Local Historic District. H, a resolution authorizing the application of the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy Grant to support brownfield activities. I, a resolution accepting the Weatherization Assistance Program Pre-Weatherization Grant from OCED. J, a resolution to accept $25,000 grant from Huntington Bank for economic stabilization progress. K, a resolution allocating budgeted housing and homelessness dollars to support the Continuum of Care Winter Sheltering Task Force. L, a resolution adopting amendments to the Washtenaw County Property Assessed Clean Energy PACE program from Resiliency Office. M, a resolution setting the 25 Washtenaw County millage rate for Huron-Clinton Metropolitan Authority from Finance, and a resolution updating the Washtenaw County Capital Asset Policy from Finance. O, a resolution to adopt the revised Americans with Disabilities Act compliance policy from Corp Council. P, a resolution to adopt the revised holiday provisions policy from Corporation Council. Q, a resolution to adopt the revised payment of interns policy from Corporation Council. R, a resolution celebrating August 26th as Women's Equality Day. S, a resolution recognizing Hazel Sanders as Michigan Community Action Volunteer of the Year. T, a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Gwen Nystuen. U, a resolution honoring Jennifer McCool upon her retirement from Washtenaw County. V, a resolution celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the Summer Works Program and approval of claims.
Support.
I believe I did, but, okay. I reread G for the record, a resolution to adopt, the ordinance on the Groves Farm designation.
I still support it.
We will also have a supplemental coming, but we'll get to that and get to that. What would you like to pull for separate consideration? Commissioner Robbins, what possibly could it be?
I have to think about this one. Hang on. Oh, item H probably. Yeah, what about that one? Let's pull that one. And then actually, if we could also pull item Q. HQ, what do you know? That's the intern policy. Just those two for me.
B and C, please. B is in boy and C is in Charlie. That's material.
D.
D as in dog.
D is in dog.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner Clark.
K, please. Chair, in fact, yes, K is in Katie, the name, which I believe you also have. Yes.
I'm sorry. Can I add H? Oh, sorry. I didn't hear that.
Any other items? All right, let's go through everything.
Did you do okay? You changed your mind? Or he did it already? Okay.
Any discussion on these items?
Yeah, thank you. I think that I'm gonna support all these. I just have a quick question on the opioid settlement, funds. Specifically for, I don't have it in front of me, but I asked you about it earlier, Jimena. There was that one, company that's doing, MAT and, I believe that they're receiving $250,000. And I just want to make sure I understand what we're giving them money for, in the sense of, obviously I know what Medicaid-assisted treatment is, but is it, because they're a for-profit company, are we basically hiring them to provide a specific service for a specific number of people? How is that structured for that contract?
Sure, I will attempt to answer that, Commissioner Robbie. And also, I'm joined by Dr. Marquez, our medical director, who's been very involved in this work and really has been leading much of it. So please-
Therapeutics LLC. I think
Please
that's-
chime in. Yes, your question is related to Therapeutics LLC. So this is an organization that provides treatment services, particularly in this case, medication-assisted treatment. It also is what's considered a substance use disorder health home. And it is an existing provider of these services. Many of the services they provide have been typically supported by our local PHP, the Community Mental Health Partnership of Southeast Michigan. They have experienced quite a bit of funding reductions, and they're no longer supporting this program for people who do not have Medicaid. And so what they are requesting in their proposal is to be able to provide MAT, peer support services, telehealth services for people who are not eligible for Medicaid and would otherwise not be able to pay or have coverage for these services. And I believe they're proposing to serve an additional 40 individuals with treatment services.
Thank you. How does that, oh, did you have anything to add or, okay. How does that break down in terms of like, are we paying a normal rate for those services? Or, I mean, I'm just trying to ascertain, like, I feel like sometimes with, especially when we give money to nonprofits, there's an element of, you know, sort of like one-to-one service provision that we're paying for. And there's an element of sometimes of like helping to support their administrative costs for the nonprofit. And I'm trying to understand, like, because this is a for-profit, it's a little bit unusual, in my opinion. It wouldn't be unusual if it were like a contract to provide services. So, I mean, if their plan is, okay, we're gonna serve 40 people, you know, my questions are like, how do we determine that those 40 people do they have to be Washtenaw County residents to receive those services? What are the criteria? And then also, like, what is the cost of providing the care to those 40 people? And does this dollar amount 100% cover that cost, or is there excess that's going somewhere else?
So first of all, in terms of who would be eligible to submit a proposal in response to the RFP, there was no, they were eligible to submit a proposal even as a for-profit organization. And also there were obviously requirements around the details that they had to provide in terms of a work plan, in terms of a budget. The review committee that reviewed all of the proposals submitted, reviewed all aspects of the proposal, including the budget, and certainly looked at many of the budgets because we had way more in requests than we actually had available to fund. And so budgets were looked at very specifically, ensuring that the amount that was being asked for not only was a reasonable amount for what they were proposing, but also that it really aligned with the priorities that we identified through our needs assessment and through what are the allowable expenses. So that was all taken into consideration. And you'll see that the amount of funding that they're receiving is in line with what other programs are receiving. In fact, a little bit less in comparison to some of the programs. So certainly the budget was reviewed and felt to be reasonable in terms of the services that they were proposing to provide and the number of people that they were proposing to serve.
But I guess, like, is it a one-to-one, like, are we purchasing services from them?
We're purchasing like treatment services for
40 people
for
worth of-
additional people.
For 40
that-
people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the cost of providing services to 40 people is the 200 and whatever $1,000. And that's just one-to-one, the cost of providing the service. There's nothing else going anywhere else.
Do you recall the details of the budget? I don't have the details of
Yeah,
the
I mean, I
budget, but
think-
obviously it's the service. There are always other expenses that kind of go to support the delivery of services. But again, from my recollection and looking at the notes, there was nothing unusual or out of place in terms of the budget and what they were proposing compared to other programs that we reviewed.
I guess for future reference, in terms of like what I would love to see, is I think when it comes to a for-profit company, that is presenting themselves for funding, it makes me a little bit uncomfortable to fund them in this way. I think it would make more sense to have, like, I know we did it as an RFP, but like an RFP for service and have various bidders that are providing a service apply to be the service providers for a, one-to-one service that we're trying to get funded. It to me feels unusual to like fund a for-profit company in the context of funding nonprofits and public entities that are applying for a programmatic fund base. This is, so it just feels unusual to me that we're giving money to a for-profit entity. Again, if the rationalization is there's 40 people and this is paying for those 40 people to get services over the course of, I believe it's 2 years, 3 years. So I can live with that. It's just, this format is unusual to me. And I feel like there could be a better way of doing it if we wanted to provide opportunities for companies to provide services to our residents in that way.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. I will just point out that they have been funded in the past by Community Mental Health Partnership of Southeast Michigan, our local PHP, to provide treatment services. And we don't have an extensive number of treatment providers in our county. And so really, I think being kind of broad in terms of looking at who are the treatment providers, who has a good track record and experience providing these services is important. And they have many of those, they meet many of those criteria.
Yeah, and I don't think that anything you said, I don't disagree with anything you said. I think that may be the case. I just think that making sure that I would like to see us fund, like, if we have a specific number of people that we want served, then we say what companies can provide this service. And we put that out and say, who can provide this service? Great, Therapeutics LLC, you came in at the lowest bid to provide the service, you provide the service. It feels weird that we're saying, here's a bunch of money. You're saying you're gonna do this thing. I know we're gonna seat this committee to make sure that they're following through on it.
Right,
So there are some checks and balances, but
For
it
sure.
just doesn't feel like a normal process for procurement. And so whether or not, the PHP is doing this or the CMH is doing this, doesn't change my opinion of the guardrail. I feel like that is needed for when for-profit companies are asking for public money. So I'm gonna vote yes, but I have that.
Okay, well, yeah, thank you. And just for clarification, please know that we worked with purchasing through the whole process and followed all of the procurement policies and procedures of the county.
I will just add that I feel really good about the way the RFP process worked on that, worked for this. And the proposals were very broad, which is maybe why you're seeing there was an RFP, but it provided a broad number of different ideas that people had out there. So it wasn't like we were just saying, give us an RFP to do this one thing. There was an RFP and a number of different programs and ideas presented were enormous. And I'll just add my own little other editorial. Some companies that are for-profit make less profit than some of places we know in town that are nonprofit. Big employers, maybe. So, okay. Any other questions on it? Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jimena. Thank you, Juan. I know a lot of work went into getting the recommendations to us, so I wanted to thank you and everyone that worked on it. Andrew, you worked on it too. And anybody else in the room worked on it? Oh,
Commissioner
you're
Scott.
welcome. Well, thank you too, and thank you to everybody that's not, there's the camera. Thank you to everybody that's not here that, worked on it too. It's a lot of work. I appreciate the recommendations and I'm glad that we're able to move forward on it. So, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Comments or questions on this item? I know we're voting on this a lot. Okay, any other discussion? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on any other items? BPD, HQ, Commissioner Rowdy?
On items, J, I know it's a small grant, but just wondering, I know that we've had some recent announcements about businesses that have closed, or that are announcing closure, somewhat related to, impacts from the pandemic. What is that what this money is going to be used for? And how micro, I mean, the 30 businesses, $25,000, not a lot of money per business.
So it will be used to help stabilize the businesses. This is round 3. We've had 2 other grants before this that'll help them. So this is to help them find technical assistance as far as if they need to add a position. How do you need to add a position? So it's really looking at 30 of the 80 businesses that we've worked with and helping them just grow and stabilize. So as far as the grant money, it will go to the technical assistance providers
Got
that give them the consulting.
Okay, thank you.
Justin, or Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you.
sorry.
I think, hey, it's,
Just
Justin is just fine.
My late night familiarity
Well,
at the table.
We're all
Commissioner
friends
Hodge?
here. Thank you, Sharnessa. Since you're at the podium, I really appreciate the economic opportunity work that you do. And I think if I remember correctly, Huntington Bank has been a good partner with some of that work, and that's why we've received this grant multiple times. Could you speak about that a little bit?
What would you like me to say?
Something like, let people know about some of the economic opportunity work, the small business support, what the partnership with Huntington would look like, those kind of things.
Okay, so they've been a partner for us for about 4 years now. This would be grant that we've applied. This is the 3rd time applying. If we get it, this is the 2nd time that we've gotten it. They do capital readiness workshops with us. We just did a series in the month of May, 3 workshops with them. They've come to our Small Business Expo. They've been a sponsor for that. They have a couple programs, Lift Local. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it helps local businesses and it helps low to moderate income entrepreneurs get prepared to borrow money, which helps them scale. So they've been really good at helping our entrepreneurs that have been missed, that have been underserved, or fill in the blank reasons, really be competitive and grow and stabilize their business.
Awesome. I'll just take the opportunity again to thank you for the work with the Small Business Expo. I got to learn a lot about that there and look forward to going to it next year. It's been a huge success and in large part because of your work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this item? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments on any other item than B, C, D, H, K, Q? Great. Let's do a vote. Ashlyn.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
motion passed.
Fantastic. Thank you. All right, let's go on to item B. B. Boy, B. This is Community Corrections Comprehensive Plan. Questions, comments, considerations? Commissioner Light.
So just on principle, I am pulling, I wanted to pull B and C for conversation. For one, until the CBI funding has been allocated, those stipends have been allocated, I am going to pull anything that has to do with the sheriff's office, community corrections, anything, I'm gonna pull it every time. So I just want to give everybody a heads up that that's gonna occur. I wanted to know, what is the local funding? What is that, us or what's the local funding?
Commissioner.
Yeah, sorry.
I was gonna, Ashley looked like she was gonna answer it, but.
Oh, okay,
I'm so sorry, Chair. I just wanted to let you know, Renee Casey, the Community Corrections Director, is online and she's
Okay.
available to answer questions. I just
Okay.
gave her permission.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry.
Was this pertaining to proposal B or item C or item B?
Item B.
My apologies.
So it was the local funding, because it has, you know, the state grant, then local funding, general funding. I just kind of want to know what's the local funding like?
Sure, I will defer to Manager Casey on that, who is apparently online.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. My apologies for not being able to attend in person. The local funding is in reference to the county general fund transfer in that occurs. So the original 500,000 and then the the original 400,000 and then the additional 500,000 that was agreed upon, I believe, 2 years ago.
Yeah. If I couldn't hear really well, I just heard that it was the county general fund and then I didn't hear the rest.
Yeah, so it was the original 496,000 that the county general fund contributed. And then about 3 years ago, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
All right.
So the 496 was the original general fund contribution that the county contributed to the community corrections budget. And about 3 years ago, the county agreed to increase that with an additional 500,000 to offset some of the deficits we were seeing at the time. So that's the total 996 that comes from the general fund.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner Light?
Yes, kind of. Yes. And then the next thing that I want to say, what's miscellaneous? Like, what's a few things that might be in that miscellaneous?
The fees
I know, but like,
from collecting fees from, collecting fees from people who are paying for the
like
service.
restitution?
No, not restitution. It's like supervision fees, people who need copies of their IDs, those kind of miscellaneous fees that we collect that aren't directly tied to a specific program like electronic monitoring or our substance use testing.
Commissioner Sanders?
She said that aren't electronic monitoring?
That are not.
Are not.
Okay.
Electronic monitoring has its own revenue line, separate and distinct from miscellaneous fees.
I think that it's in here. Okay, so did you break down the fees and services or did you just give us the explanation for the miscellaneous?
That was just the explanation for what could be in the miscellaneous fees.
Okay,
If
so
you look at
what might comprise fees and services to the tune of $870,000?
that would be our electronic monitoring, our contracts that we have with specialty courts, and then our substance use testing.
So I believe I was present at a meeting where the electronic monitoring was being discussed. And I'm gonna ask the chair to help me with this recollection, that at some point there was a threat of related to not having enough funding for electronic monitoring and a threat of stopping the acceptance of people into the jail because of that?
Into the discussion was a discussion that they had, that they were at capacity for people on tether. And that they were going to say that they couldn't accept more people on tether. That was at the first meeting of the CJCC.
Right.
And at that meeting, then we did get that idea to not happen. And since that time, the courts have been engaging in more vigorous review of their cases to try to figure out like, just seeing if people are still appropriate to be on tether. And that has seemed to be able to control the caseload a little bit better. But yes, that was the initial conversation. And part of that was also to like concern about what was happening, not only with the budget, but also I think in terms of caseload about what they could handle.
So I guess I'm wondering, so this amount is supposed to be sufficient that we won't be like 3 months in, strong-armed into more money?
I don't think so. I think that this amount, Renee, you're still there, right? But I think that this amount still has a budget deficit, maybe with this, is that correct?
Yeah, correct. It could, since we engaged with those original conversations and have been meeting regularly with the courts, we have definitely seen an increase in our revenue collection March until now, which has positively impacted what we originally were projecting to be a deficit. If we continue those trends, then yes, this number is much more realistic. We would need to continue, to have the partnerships with the courts in terms of encouraging individuals who are able to pay their tether fees in the full amount. And just real quick in reference to the caseload size and numbers, Commissioner Scott, you're right. That conversation did come about as a capacity. Shortly after those conversations, we did see a significant decrease in our caseload sizes and the numbers of people that we were monitoring on electronic monitoring. I do just feel the need to say that as of today, we're back to 475 active cases. It has skyrocketed in the month of July and the beginning of August. So far this week, Monday through Wednesday, we've had 26 new referrals. So it's starting to trend back up.
Yeah, I think we might have expected that over the summer. Commissioner Sanders?
Okay, well, I'm just a visitor to those meetings. But I would hope that, as a result, we will have more transparent and timely communications regarding anything that has to do with community corrections.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. Renee, would you mind maybe briefly touching on some of the changes that have happened recently that may impact the budget from the state level? And then could you maybe share if anything's changed related to, like, are we seeing an increase in collection of fees for the electronic monitoring?
We are seeing an increase in the collection rate and the fees, and that was what I was referencing, since we've really started engaging more with the courts and through the work of the CJCC, we have started to see, the deficit close that we were originally projecting earlier this year. In terms of changes at the state, the biggest change that we're going to see with the grant dollars moving into 25-26 is that they're no longer going to provide money to community corrections to run SUD programming in the community for probationers. Back in 2020, the Department of Corrections entered contracts with our PIHPs to make probation and parolees priority populations for SUD services in the community. Washtenaw County since then has been one of only a handful of counties across the state that was still receiving money from the Department of Corrections to run an additional SUD program in the community specifically for probationers, and they're no longer going to do that. They are going to continue to fund SUD services in the jail, but they just will not fund the SUD services through the community. So what that means is anybody who's on probation, whether it be district court or circuit court, will now have to go through the PIHP to engage in treatment services.
Yeah, thanks, Renee. And then I guess kind of a question for you and just want to put it out for the whole board for folks who aren't on the CJCC. We have a meeting coming up, I think on
Friday.
the 5th. Yep. And we've expressed a desire to be able to take a look a little bit at some of the decisions that are being made around how can we identify who's indigent and use those standards to require that people are paying for the electronic monitors, just because we're going down this path of like something's got to give. And I know I've asked for some data from the courts that I don't know if we'll ever get, but I'm curious, and I don't know if other folks on the board are curious, but I would like us to see like a breakdown of what like offenses are leading to an electronic monitor, second offense, third offense, like there, you know, there are different offenses that might lead someone to be on an electronic monitor, and there's also considerations of if they're indigent or not. And we should consider that before we just agree to pay for their electronic monitor. No other county in the state, I think, does what we do, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't be mindful of people's financial capacity, but it is going to be a continual battle until we make some decisions around how we want to move forward with electronic monitoring. And I think a lot of that stems from like us being able to identify who's indigent and work that through the process, like sometime between the occurrence of the offense and when a judge orders it, and making it known at that time, either you're indigent or you're not, and you will be responsible for this or you won't. And I mean, even having some level of consideration of like, is this their second or third offense? And like, at a certain point, should our taxpayers be just wiping fees for folks, especially if it's the third? Like, and I don't know, I'm just going off of not having, I don't have any information, and I don't know how we'll get that information, but I do think it would be useful for us to have some better understanding of who's getting, at least for electronic monitoring. I think that'd be a good place to start. So that, yeah, I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you. My question's pretty brief. I just want to confirm that the state grant dollars are in hand. We're not waiting on those.
We are still at the mercy of the state passing their budget as well. But as always, you know, this is contingent on what the state budget ends up being. I do feel fairly confident after speaking with our grant coordinator at the DOC that the $850 that's included in this is where we'll land. We had requested a little over 900,000. We were told that that's not likely possible at all. And we were able to have some conversations and negotiate the $850.
Okay, you have greater faith than I. Thank you.
Commissioner Light.
I just also wanted to ask that our reported crime rate in the county, it was reported that the crime rate has went down in Washtenaw County, which I'm trying to figure out how that has occurred, and caseloads are going up. That's not, the math ain't mathing. So I just want to know what's going on. I mean, because I know personally, like I said earlier in public comment, there were 4 shootings in the last 2 weekends in Washtenaw. Hello?
Renee might not have an answer to that question,
Oh,
because
okay.
Renee is, so just to be fair to her, because she's not the one who's reporting that crime's going down. So I think it's an observation to make, but I don't know that Renee has an answer for us on that. Yeah,
I do not. Thank you.
yeah. But it's an interesting observation.
May I
Yeah.
ask the sheriff's communications director she's here to explain that to us?
Sure, if she's willing.
If she's willing. But if not, it's okay. I can just wait for an email.
Okay. I got you, Caroline, you're next. Do you need me to restate the question?
Yes, please, Commissioner. Good
was,
evening, Commissioner.
Commissioner Light's question was how we've had a report that the crime rates are down in Washtenaw County, but our rates for community correction are skyrocketing, and I think the jail population too.
Okay.
So she's just wondering about the confluence of those two numbers.
So what I can share is that the public safety update data that you received from the sheriff is based on January through June. And it is also based on those areas where the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office contracts. So it does not include anything outside of those areas and nothing after May 31st. So while that does not speak to the specific statistic that you're referring to or the incidents over the last 2 weeks, the data that was shared out is specific to contract areas and specific for January 1 through May 31st.
So if there was some sort of like demographic correlation, then you would say the places where people are entering into the community corrections or carceral system are not from the contracted areas?
Nope, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that at all. I think Commissioner Somerville asks a good question in terms of what types of charges are coming. But I think that's data that I don't personally have this
Yeah.
evening, so I couldn't answer that. But I would not say that the data is only coming, the data related to community corrections is only coming from contracted areas. No. I wouldn't say
Okay.
that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Commissioner Sanders?
Just to add on to Commissioner Somerville, that I don't believe that we should be waiving fees. I think that there's an opportunity for us to put fees and penalties in abeyance because your circumstance may change. So you may be indigent one day and a millionaire another day. I would rather see us, I think for the sake of our taxpayers, put debts in abeyance so that we have the opportunity to recoup them if circumstances change. Possibly you put a time limit on it, but I don't believe that unless you are indigent, I don't believe that the burden should be placed on the backs of the taxpayers for your bad behavior.
Any other comments, questions, and concerns on this item? You can, Commissioner Simon.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to thank Renee for all of her hard work. It has been a couple years of just constant, I think, stress related to the funding for monitoring specifically. And so I just want to say I appreciate all of the work that you're doing and your interest in improving this with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree. Thank you, Renee. You sound like you might be getting over, maybe feeling under the weather, so I appreciate you being here at 10 to 11 at night. I do think that there are still a lot of questions people have about community corrections and even what it means to have community corrections as part of the carceral system. Those communication or conversations are ongoing. All right, any other items now for discussion other than, oh wait, we are on the item, sorry, that was B. Any other item, any questions on B? All right. Let's just do B and then we'll go to C.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
No.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
No.
Motion passed.
Thank you very much. Now we're on to C, questions, comments, or considerations on item C. Commissioner Light.
As in public comment, we had a mom to come and to inform us about some health issues that her son is having, and he is now in the county jail. And I believe that these grant funds are supposed to support behavioral and mental health, and it all ties in and goes to our sheriff's office. And so if these funds, I just want to make sure that if I'm going to vote yes on this item, that the services that are needed in the jail are going to be received. And so I just kind of want some assurance that we're going to make sure we're utilizing funds and grants appropriately, because that's concerning, and I just want to make sure that we're doing that. So I just need some kind of blanket to make me feel that, or, you know, something to justify, to say like, hey, yeah, we're using funds the way they should be, because in the past, that hasn't been. I'm just gonna say CVI.
Sure. Sorry, I don't do great with feedback. Your feedback is very welcome, but that type of feedback less so. Yes, while need to be careful about the confines of my particular role within the organization. Yes, I'm an executive analyst in the organization. I prepared this grant, which is why I am here today. I definitely take those concerns very seriously and will make sure that they are reported appropriately within the organization to the people whose role it is to have that occur. As it is for this particular grant, the thing that was really motivating for me, when we have been speaking with individuals who are incarcerated in the jail, we identified there's about 3 in 5, so it's 61.5% of the individuals in our jail, when we do our screenings, have some sort of a mental health diagnosis. The amount and the rates of all types of disabilities, but especially mental health, it is profound. And the needs are immense, and we need to make sure that we're providing the appropriate programming to help people. This is a type of intervention. It would create a peer support program inside of the jail that would go over some psychoeducation pertaining to trauma. One of the challenges we have is we have a very short amount of time that people are incarcerated. I mean, that's a very good thing on average, but we'd rather that than longer. But it does make some of the service delivery kind of challenging when you have people for weeks on average instead of longer. So we did want to make sure that when people came, there was some sort of programming for people to get the information about trauma, especially given the very high rates of depression, anxiety, and PTSD. So that is what we were looking to really do with that, was to create peer support programming. So that's what that is there for. I think that's an appropriate use of funding. I mean, obviously, you know, I think it's incredibly important given the very high needs and the very high rates of mental health challenges.
Commissioner Light, go ahead.
So with this funding, with the organization, was it Life After Incarceration? Or what was the later?
Later.
Yeah. Would this funding be something to be able to bring them back, because those services were provided by them? And so if you've all received this grant, then why couldn't we utilize those services? Because I mean, they, you know, they were there and the services were working in all of those areas. And so just want to know if that's something that.
Sure. So I can't speak to specific prior relationships that pertains to that, but I can say the way that the vendor selection would work for this particular application. One of the requirements in the funding criteria for this RFP for the grant funder, and I agree with this, I think it's a good idea, is to make sure that the people who are most impacted actually have a say-so in the way that the program is designed. And one of the ways that we attempted to meet this criteria in our application was to have people who are incarcerated work with frontline workers, with some members of our administrative staff, and that would actually be the RFP selection committee. So I don't want to speak on behalf of the, you know, of the people whose agency we are trying to promote. Part of the way that they will exercise their agency over this program is to have a direct say in evaluating who we should move forward with. So
there will be a RFP. It's not already, it hasn't
correct.
already.
Yeah,
Okay.
and just to be clear, we have not actually received this funding. We are a finalist for it, but yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, I just
I'm
want
sorry, wait, I'm sorry. I did it out of order. Is it, it's okay. Sorry. I was like, it's an S. It's an S. Somerville, Sanders, Beeman. Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Can you just maybe give us some background on Envisioning Justice Solutions? Are they based out of California?
Yes. So Envisioning Justice Solutions is the Dr. Messina, whose first name is unfortunately eluding me, but it should be in there somewhere, actually created a lot of the methodology for how the interventions that are proposed by this are actually evaluated. So as part of the grant proposal, a very small amount of dollars that was not was put in for her to actually provide some level of technical assistance for us to understand how we should be measuring the success of the program. So we are following their actual model for evaluating the actual success of this. So they have a variety of tests and pre-tests and post-tests and other evaluation methods that they do to actually make sure that this is helping people's PTSD, anxiety, depression symptoms, et cetera. So we would be looking to replicate that and thought it would be very beneficial to be able to have some support from the people who have actually done those evaluations prior.
Okay. Another follow-up question. So like in the application, there's a list of organizations that you collaborate with on reentry services, A Brighter Way, Corner Health, SOS, Home of New Vision. But we have existing reentry partnerships with Avalon too. So I guess, are these just like, why are these ones listed but not?
That may have well been, yeah, I don't have a specific
Okay,
answer
I'm
to why
just
that would have
curious, like,
happened.
Yeah, no, I was just curious what led, and then I guess my final question slash just comment is, I guess, we're looking at the application.
Sure.
And we have to approve applications all the time. And we've had situations where we've approved something and then like fast forward to a year or two later, something that was in the application is not actually being executed. So I guess just thinking forward, how are we going to make sure that this application that we're approving, like, how are we going to know? Because it's my understanding that things can change later and we don't get to go back through this process. So, I'm just kind of like trying to get a better understanding of the commitment to what's in this application. And if we should anticipate that anything will change.
Sure. I guess one level, I mean, I don't want to speak outside of my role, you know, as it pertains to the way that we do this as a general practice. I will say that I have a deep personal and emotional commitment after speaking with the people who, you know, are most impacted, to do everything that I can to be able to ensure that people are receiving the care that they need. That, you know, to me is something that is incredibly just resonant and important work. I cannot you know, I don't, as far as the actual ways in which the structure, you know, may change moving forward, that is not something that I have anticipated. But as far as the actual, if there are more specific things that you may want to hear about, I'd be happy to run that up to the people who are more able to have those communications.
Okay. No, I just think it's like a general feeling of like,
Sure.
how do we know? And I think just having more background on the relationship with Envisioning Justice Solutions and the organizations that were listed, but I think the way you responded is fine, and I understand that you can't answer every detail of every question that we're asking. I'm just generally curious, and I did pull up Envisioning Justice Solutions and look a little bit into them, but yeah.
Yep.
So, thank you.
Of course.
Now I'm going to look at Commissioner Somerville and say Commissioner Sanders, the way I looked at Commissioner Sanders and said Commissioner Somerville. Okay. Commissioner Sanders?
So you said that you have included in this process residents who would be affected by this reentry programming. I've got a question about how those individuals were selected. I also just want to make a comment that I'm just wondering out loud, you know, Michigan and California are starkly different. So it seems like we're going across the country to find experts, and I'm just wondering out loud, you may not be able to answer this. You know, we can't find anybody else closer to us, closer to our climate and our population, to spend our money. But more importantly, I really was interested in knowing how were those individuals selected?
Sure, and the answer is that they have not yet. That would occur upon awarding of the funding, which has not occurred yet. And we would anticipate that that would be in the second and third month of the actual program itself. Before doing any of that, there's some administrative work that we would need to do in terms of how we would make those determinations as to who would be included on such a thing. So I have not, we have not made a determination as to who would specifically be included in such a committee. To answer the second question, if that's okay. There are specific interventions that we are doing called Healing Trauma Plus and Exploring Trauma Plus. Those are specifically were selected because they are 6 sessions long, so we could do 3 per week for a couple of weeks and actually have this be a program that people could realistically get through while they are incarcerated in a jail, given the shorter length of stay compared to other types of programming. There, unfortunately, are not many people who have evaluated a variety of the types of interventions that have occurred in these sorts of settings, but Dr. Messina had done so for this specific intervention and had found it to be, in addition to, there have been also some replication, but have found it to be effective in reducing between 90 and 100% of symptoms that they had tested for, depending on the study. So what we are really looking more so to do is to have Dr. Messina from New Virginia Justice Solutions provide technical assistance for our team, which will include a vendor that is local, really leading and us co-creating the actual work. So that's more so a resource for someone, for our more local team to be able to have help from in terms of doing the actual analysis from someone who has done it.
So I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but I actually had a constituent who has been in contact with me about her son who is experiencing some issues and is currently incarcerated in our jail. And I guess what I want to say, because I have a bit of a bad taste in my mouth about the CVI and us not honoring our agreement, basically. But more importantly, having the Board of Commissioners as the approver of these grants be seen in a bad light because essentially the Sheriff's Department decided that they wanted to do something different with a grant that they were not the original initiator of, and we're coming in at the end of the grant and deciding that they were going to change it up. So that has left a bad taste in my mouth because I don't appreciate having us look as though we are not keeping our word to our own community. It's not a good look. It was something that I'm going to say was petty and could have just been, it just wasn't necessary to sort of rescind an agreement. So I'm saying that because this is a grant. You are asking the commissioners to approve it. And I want to make sure that there is full transparency. So if you are selected, if this is approved and you are selected for this grant and we ask for information, or the general public wants to know basically every step that you're taking, you have a responsibility to provide that information. So I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Answering our questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Beaman.
Mine's just really quick. For the in-kind revenue, can you speak to that?
Sure. So we needed to essentially, when we're doing a grant application, one of the ways that you get evaluated is in terms of what level of resources you are actually providing as well. We wanted to make sure that we were accurately looking into the staff time. There are no additional financial expenditures that occur as a result of this grant. There's nothing of that nature. But things in terms of, for example, there are going to be, as the grant is proposed, about 260 of these total classes that would occur. Corrections officers have to take people from their housing unit to the actual location and fill out the paperwork. That's about an hour of time for each of those. It's going to take a few hours a week from our leadership within corrections. We have to account for that. If we're doing an RFP, someone's got to write it. So we have to account for that. And by the time you factor in all of those sorts of administrative requirements of a program like this, it came out to about that 160 and some change figure for salaries and fringe over the 2-year period of the grant. Of course.
Any other questions, comments or concerns? My only observation is that I'm surprised that 6 sessions in 2 weeks produces such a change, and I'm wondering if there's any longevity or longitudinal study about that change. That seems awfully quick. Can I find a therapy session that will do that for me? Because I haven't yet.
No, that's a very good point. I have not seen anything longitudinal in the literature.
Yeah. Will, I want to thank you for being here and being so eager to ask or answer the questions and have that us ask you those things. I will say, I wish your boss was here too. I think it would probably be easier for you in some ways to have her be able to answer some of the questions you couldn't. That being said, any other questions, comments, or concerns on the item? All right, let's do a roll.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
No.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
No.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. On to item D. This is state child care fund from the child court. Questions, comments, or concerns here on D? Looking all around. Commissioner Sanders.
Tell me everything. Where do you want us to start? I've got
So,
5 a.m.
Oh, no.
That was not funny.
We've come perilously close to that
Okay.
before.
Too soon, too soon. Okay, so just help me understand for the sake of, any of our residents that may know nothing about this.
Okay,
This funding is utilized to do what?
to make sure that the kids that are coming in our system don't make it into the criminal justice system as adults. That's the goal.
Okay,
We're trying to stop the trajectory of the system because we're failing terribly.
yes, so.
Listening to that gentleman earlier tonight,
Mhm.
we're with him. We understand. And if we don't start doing something soon and doing it successfully,
Mhm.
we might as well just go home.
So I asked that question. You and I have talked offline. I asked that question, and I'm not expecting you to be able to fix or change anything that's already in place right now. But I asked that question because I actually have had up close experience with youth who have needed to be serviced, but because our system kind of says, unless they've raped, murdered, used, a knife or a gun to threaten someone, that juvenile services won't hold them.
Won't hold them?
They won't hold them. They release them, or you may not, but the magistrate says you can't hold them, they release them. And then if the parents are in fear for their own safety, the parents are still being told, either you come get them, or we're gonna file a child protective services report against you. And I'm trying to understand, if we've got this money, what is the population that we're actually serving with this money? And what is the population of juveniles, offenders that we're not serving with this money?
So the range is going to be a lot bigger than it was before. The way the fund is set up, and previously, the child care fund would not allow for really any kind of prevention services. So they really did have to be far into the system before they were going to be able to draw down this money. That's not the case anymore under the legislation. So we have a whole unit around prevention, truancy, All of those things that we know are direct feeders into the criminal justice and the juvenile justice system. So we're able to use that money now that we could not use before.
When
So
did that change?
in October of 2023, October 1st. So it was the last fiscal year, and it is already making significant impacts. When we looked at the fiscal year for October 1st, we had 86% of the kids were in our formal docket, which meant that they did have to have the opportunities through probation and things that were much more serious offenders. Now we've completely flipped that on its tail, so to speak, and I apologize, it's late. But the reality is what we only allowed kids that had retail fraud 3 to come in on our consent docket. They had to shoplift before they could even come in. That's not required anymore. They don't have to have a formal charge. They have to have something that's bringing them to the court's attention. So it has to be some type of a document that even the school can say, look, this kid is really out of control. And rather than put them into a level of criminality that they're not quite there yet, what can you do to intervene? And so it's moving the system completely to the left. And we've developed a continuum of care that we're feeling very confident with. And so that's the service level this year that we're asking to have funded. So we've kind of redistributed things where we had a program called intensive probation before. Personally, not all that successful, because by the time you get a kid that far along into the system, many times it's obviously not been their initial fault to get them there. And the parents don't want to cooperate because they've just had it. I mean, this has been going on for years. So if we can back it up 5 years and have a young man who is not quite as tall and quite as violent and quite as angry, and really start to get those services in place to figure out what's causing the anger, what's causing the issues that have not been properly addressed to that point, then we can really start to make some change. And we're finding the parents are really agreeable to this because they're not being brought in front of us where, okay, you're the problem and that's why your kid is the way they are. That's just disrespectful. And we're trying very hard to make this a respectful system and one where people want to come to us and say, we need help. Don't judge me, just give me the help. And so we've been looking, when I was listening earlier when you were saying, do you have services in this community? We're very actively looking for services in the community because we don't want to go outside. That's not really going to benefit anybody. We don't want people traveling, but if they need to get services elsewhere, we're making sure we're providing transportation. We have 2 actual caseworkers that are there to be providing the kids transportation to the different programming that we have in the area. We've brought in the same folks that are using through the Children's Center Services, Legacy Barbership, where they have a man who is just phenomenal. He's providing entrepreneurship type of services. He's also doing mentoring, and he's teaching some of the younger men, because they are men at that point, how to get barbering certificates. So we're really pushing a lot of skills building and entrepreneurial services for the kids that are a little bit older. But anybody that we can draw in under that same premise, we're trying to pull in the whole family. So working a lot still with Flo Roberson, who's Sure Moms, who is phenomenal. And she has that way about her that gets everybody to kind of come in and talk and figure out what's really going wrong. And so using those kinds of services, we can do a full triage on the case. One of the other things that's really different is that we didn't have a lot of assessments going on in the system. It was pretty much, no offense to any of us, but we weren't clinicians. We weren't in the family. We didn't know what the kids needed. And now with the actual mandated assessments, we have to do these. We're finding a totally different set of kids. And so that's why so many of our numbers now are showing more of the informal. We have kids coming in on assault and batteries. And before that, what the other piece of it is that, you were concerned that they had to be serious offenders. The minor offenders are like, they're going through it. They'll outgrow it kind of thing. Now we look at that as, hey, this is a red flag. What are we going to be able to do for this kid who is coming in at 11 years old, who's beating up on everybody, who is witnessing that in the home? And how can we serve the family, the mother, the father, whomever else that young man or young girl views as their caretaker to make sure that they're part of the process. So when you say, explain this, I could start off with the system's a mess. I have been in this over 40 years. And I said that the other day and I went, oh God, how did you get so old? I mean, it was just phenomenal. I started off as a prosecutor in 1983 in Wayne County. Walked in and somebody said, I don't have a phone. And I thought, oh, how terrible. That's really hard for you. And boy, have I come a long way. So now looking back at this, it's like before we just used to say we couldn't do anything. Now we're going to say, okay, we can. We have to figure out how and who else is going to help us. And so I think we've changed a lot. I really do. Our numbers are so far down. Sometimes don't want to say it because I don't want to lose staff. But the reality is that we're rerouting them. So that before they would have 30, 40 cases, you can't do anything with that. You're just pushing paper and you're pushing kids. We now have very small caseloads and they really are being assigned their masters in social work. So they know what they're doing, but now they're getting kids that they have to get to know. Don't just have this as the kid on your caseload, have this as the young man or young woman that's going to do something later on. So I think there's huge changes that are going on. I really do. So if you want to say no, say next year, but not this year, because I really think we need it.
So,
From our end, from the Children's Services, and we operate the youth center. We also operate a day treatment program that we've been running since 2022. And previously, all those years we were operating a day treatment program, it was only for kids who are on full probation, usually moderate and really high-risk kids that typically are not going to be as successful in the community-based program. This past year, on October 1st, we were able to start taking referrals for kids from public schools who are showing that trajectory where they're probably going to be involved soon, or maybe they've been on diversion or the consent docket. We've been able to start taking those kids into our program. So it's been really beneficial. The legislation has widened the net, so to be able to serve kids.
okay. I appreciate you both for the information and the answers. And I think the only other question I have for you, if you could assign a percentage to sort of the early intervention, how much of this funding is likely to be utilized for the early assessment and intervention for youth that are experiencing difficulties?
If I could, off the top of my head, I'd say 75%.
Okay.
And I mean, it's a high number, but the reality is that if we do it correctly, we can get to groups in a very short period of time. We're working with the schools. We've reestablished a lot of the relationships that we had lost. And we lost them because we couldn't do anything. And so they're like, why do I even bother to call you? You're going to let the kid do this, that anyways, and then they lose credibility. So we've really been spending some time. We've just hired 2 more folks that are going to be doing all of the prevention and the diversion as well as the truancy. And that's going to be pretty, and one of them was a former clinician with Home of New Vision. And one of the things we're really excited about is that she's going to be doing a group for women that is going to be like the mothers that really start to need the internal support system. So when I say 75%, I think it's going to end up being that because we really have a very, very small percentage that are on the high end now. We only have 12 kids on probation now. It's phenomenally low, and we've worked really hard to do that. And quite frankly, we have a really good relationship with the Children's Services Administration. And so we don't put kids in detention unless we absolutely have to. So it used to be the kids that were like on violation of probation. We don't do that anymore. They can't go into detention. But what we want to do is to talk with a mom, father, whomever. How can we figure out how you can handle the behavior in the home without having to detain them to do it? So I think it's a different attitude. And what I would offer, we would love to sit down and talk to you a lot more in depth.
You sure?
No, I am. Oh, listen, I've heard a lot about it. So yes, I'm still more than willing and actually would be very interested in.
I
you
would-
to hear
I
about
would
the
accept that.
programming. And I think we could get a lot of really good ideas from you as well. I'm not from Washtenaw County. I'm one of those that moved in when you
Me
said,
too.
who on earth moves in? Well, this one did.
Mhm.
And I came from Detroit, a very different
Me too.
environment. Whereabouts, east or west?
Northwest.
No, sorry. We still claim it. But in any event, I'm just saying that we would love to talk about what we're doing.
Okay.
And get it-
I'll take you up on that
you
offer.
Absolutely have my ear anytime you want it.
And I appreciate you sharing that information. And, you know, in part because we do now have seniors raising grandchildren and they're struggling.
They're scared too.
They are.
Yeah, I
So
would
thank
be.
you, thank
Yeah.
you.
And I'm Catherine O'Grady, by the way. I don't think
you.
we've met. So formally
No.
anyways.
Thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you for your interest. We appreciate it.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns? That was really like good information.
Well, the offer is open.
Yeah.
I mean, you are our ears, eyes, nose, everything else. And we really need the support. And we want the support from the families too.
Yeah.
I can't imagine raising a kid nowadays, quite frankly.
I can see the care in both of your faces, so thank you.
Thanks.
Let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
motion passed.
Great, thank you very much, everyone. We're on to A, my favorite letter, not really. H, we're on to H, my second favorite letter, not really. Yeah, no, let's do H first. Let's go in order. I like it. All right, H, as I turn my page back, this is the brownfield. I so unconsciously skipped it. All right, Commissioner Robbie.
Again, you can save the best for last.
No, let's get it done.
All right, cool. Well, thank you all for taking the time to answer some questions on this one. I will just jump into my questions and then at the end, I will talk about my feelings. Why not? So to start off, this site, for those of you that may not be aware, is in my district. It is a contaminated site. It was contaminated many years over by Mishcon and previous iterations of Mishcon that were since bought by DTE, which is a Fortune 500 company, by the way. They are the responsible party for this contamination. Is that correct?
I'm just trying to confer who's answering questions for the
I
committee.
believe James is here on behalf of the Brownfield Authority.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Good evening. I'm James Harless on behalf of the County Brownfield Authority.
Hi.
Hi,
I
thank
didn't know if you wanted Brownfield Authority or if you want county. Who do you want to ask the questions to?
Or the developer can answer them too.
Okay,
if
go
the
ahead.
Developer,
All
We
right.
do have representatives from the developer as well.
whoever wants to answer can answer.
So what was your question, please?
Is DTE still the responsible party for this contamination? I did read it in your application that they are.
Their responsibility has been discharged through Eagle.
What was the extent of their responsibility? I read that they had to dispose of certain types of contaminations and certain types of soils.
Yes, the way the statute was interpreted by Eagle and the way that we negotiated the settlement that allowed the development to go forward is that DTE was responsible for getting the property such that it was safe as a non-used property. Eagle wanted them to also remove some blue soil and some other contamination that was on the site. They paid for taking that out. They got it to Eagle's satisfaction that it was ready to be redeveloped. And then now everything that's happening is the developer is doing their due care responsibility. It's not associated with actually remediating the site.
So the site's been remediated?
The site will never be fully remediated. It is being developed in such a way that it is safe for reuse. And that is the the goal of the Michigan statutes.
Okay, was somebody coming up to
Yeah.
answer further?
I don't, hi, Commissioners and Commissioner Robbie in particular, David Dorita, representative at this point of the, for purposes of this evening, for the Lower Town Riverfront Conservancy is the applicant for the $500,000 grant that's before the commission this evening. I feel like, and I don't want to get too technical because I think Commissioner Robbie's asking a simple question, which is who was the responsible party, and then what did Eagle agree to? And they agreed to, James, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm trying to turn this into simple English. They agreed to DTE completing a certain amount of remediation on a site that largely dealt with off-site remediation into the river, and to a response activity plan that the developer would then take on to undertake substantial remediation of the soil to allow that site to be redeveloped for residential and recreational uses. That work has been ongoing now for about 2 years. And in fact, the site has been substantially remediated, including the removal of, I believe, 20,000 tons of soil. So a lot of good work out there. It was a substantially contaminated site. And I certainly commend Eagle for having the, I think, foresight and flexibility to be able to see DTE through to a certain series of obligations and also permitting the development exercise to move forward, which obviously required substantial additional funding. So I don't know if that anything I just said is inaccurate, but I honestly think that was a perfectly legitimate question from Commissioner Robbie, and I just want to make sure we didn't get too confused at this late hour.
I appreciate that. I guess I'm sort of wondering what is left in terms of contamination on the site at this time.
We're still completing remediation, and SME, who's represented here obviously as well, is helping oversee the final closure of the site. And this funds from DEQ are part of there was an initial $500,000 grant that was part of the overall remediation up to a total of a potential $1 million. We identified remediation requirements that were not met either by our famous enhancement grant, Commissioner Robbie.
Very famous.
Or additional funds that we anticipate through the brownfield, which we are coming back before this body for amendment to, and we're more than happy to discuss in that context. And so the important thing, two things, I guess, a couple things to walk away from, understanding this is a very complex development and took a long time to undertake. And that was absolutely a public-private partnership that involved identifying dollars for remediation, dollars for the conversion of that site into a usable public space, and then dollars for infrastructure that would support that usable public space. And every one of those dollars is accounted for. And every one of them, and these are the right questions to ask, every one of those dollars represents a dollar that needed to be spent to get to the result that had been overwhelmingly supported by the community in the context of the conversion of this site from an industrial site to a mixed use and public space site. So those dollars, I will defer to James or actually I should probably ask Dan Cassie what specifically the $500,000 that is before you tonight is going to, but I believe it is a portion of the remediation.
Sure, yeah. Hi, I'm Dan Cassidy with SME. We're the consultant for the Conservancy. So with the 500,000, nearly the entire amount of the grant's going towards source removal. So finishing that remediation that David just talked about.
So what?
Soil removal.
I know that Commissioner Sanders has her hand up, and I'm happy to stop asking questions if Commissioner Sanders wants to keep going, but I have a whole list of other things I'd like to ask, but I'm happy to stop.
Okay, Commissioner Sanders. I'm gonna be quick, Commissioner Robbie. I wanted 3 things. I wanted to make sure that all of you tell us your name and who you're representing.
Absolutely.
2 of you so far. I don't know if I got that from you.
I'm James Harless. I represent the County Brownfield Authority.
Okay. And then I wanted you to tell us, for those of us who don't know, what is blue soil?
Please, I really want to hear this too.
Ah,
It's contaminated with iron ferrocyanide.
I don't know what that
It's
is. Okay.
it's a byproduct of coal gasification.
Okay,
It's a
Okay.
contaminant and it is a bright blue. It's
The
Okay.
cyanide makes it blue.
and then my last, I think, question, and then I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Robbie, was what is the planned use and will this remediation make it safe for the humans that will be utilizing whatever it is you're planning?
The planned use is a 7-acre public space that will be owned and operated by the Lowertown Riverfront Conservancy under the terms of the agreement that we entered into with the city of Ann Arbor to develop that site for that purpose. The site is essentially now safe for that use, thanks to the aforementioned 20,000 tons of removal and additional soil that was brought back on, and then the sculpting and landscaping of that site that will open to the public on September 12th of this year.
Wow.
And then we're looking forward to inviting all of you to that opening.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie?
I will not be there intentionally because I am in vehement disagreement with the whole concept that you guys have outlined. And I will explain that now because I was planning on saying that later anyways. But if it is truly a public space, it should be owned by the public. You receive $20 million of public money from the state in order to remediate that site. You're receiving Eagle dollars, you're receiving Brownfield dollars, you're receiving plenty of public money. And if that is truly a public space, then it should be owned and operated by the public. And I think the idea of having a developer-controlled private park is antithetical to everything that I believe, to be honest with you. And I believe that the public's role in subsidizing this development has been completely out of proportion to what should be contributed in this type of situation. And I have a true belief that a public space of this caliber with so much public funding should be a public park and not a private park. And there are so many social issues that come with that. The fact that your board gets to determine the usage of the site, who gets to have operate on the site, what types of activities get to take place on the site, what the hours of the site will be, what the uses of the site will be. That is not determined by the public, even though the public has already invested if we pass this and the Brownfield plan, tens of millions of dollars to make that space available. So I think that it is disingenuous, frankly, to call it a public space to begin with, because it is not publicly owned or operated. It is privately owned and operated. And so I'm in vehement ideological disagreement with the concept that you are presenting. And so that shadows my entire thought process on this project. Given that you've already received so much public subsidy to make this happen. But my questions that I was asking earlier, DTE, being a Fortune 500 company, conducted some remediation, and my understanding is that their no further action report has not been finalized yet. Is that right?
I believe it's in finalization now.
Yep, the draft will go in end of this month.
And that's the document that says that they don't have to do anything else, basically?
It will acknowledge that they did what they were asked and obligated to do, and it's being issued in conjunction with the follow-on no further action letter as it relates to the soil that we just talked about.
I mean, I just like, again, I feel like it feels wrong to me. I mean, I know this isn't even our money at the county, but it's our money as taxpayers, that, a company, a Fortune 500 company that made a huge mess. And I know that DTE bought Mishcon.
Yeah, it's like technically they didn't make the mess.
It doesn't matter. They bought the company. They bought the company. They knew what the risk that they were getting into. And just like with any project, just like with Gelman, Paul bought Gelman. Paul takes on the responsibility of the contamination. DTE takes on the responsibility of the contamination. This is their mess. They should have to clean it up, and the taxpayers shouldn't have to clean it up. And so, the fact that this grant, again, it's not just subsidizing your development, it's subsidizing the responsibility that DTE has to clean up the mess that was created by a company that they now own and profit off of, by the way. They own all of the gas transmission lines in our county. They're profiting off of that. I pay my bills every month. They're profiting off of that. They're a Fortune 500 company that made $1 billion in profits last year. Why are they not cleaning up this site themselves? So I don't even know if you guys can answer those questions. I don't even know if that's a question, but it's frustration with the current situation that we're in.
Commissioner Robbie, it's clear that there's nothing that I could say that would persuade you because you're taking a philosophical point of view about how to create and maintain a public space that is simply different from the point of view that the city council took when they essentially mandated that we make this space privately operated, funded, and managed through a conservancy in our entitlement documents, recognizing that that is a trend and an activity that goes on across the state, very, very much so in the city of Detroit, through the Downtown Detroit Partnership, the 300 Conservancy, the Detroit Riverfront Conservancy, the Grand Circus Park Conservancy. I could go on. The Chandler Park Conservancy, the Belle Isle Conservancy. It is a common practice. It is not common in Ann Arbor, and I recognize that. And you might, if you were in Wayne County, be objecting to that there. And so I'm not going to try.
I would object to it no matter where it is. It's a
Fair enough. Fair enough, but what I-
vomit-inducing concept that shouldn't have ever been approved by city council or any other government body. I think shame on every elected official that participated in helping to make that project happen, because that should be a public park. If you're getting that much public money, it should be a public park.
Again, I respect your point of view. I just want to make sure for the benefit of the other commissioners, they understood that this was the very basis of the partnership we forged with the city of Ann Arbor, which anticipated that we would seek other governmental and non-governmental dollars to form this park, that set the terms of how that park would operate, that created a public easement across that park to address the questions of whether or not that public space would be available to the public, and recognized, as I said, that the proposition of privately, nonprofit conservancy managed and operated public parks is not a new idea in America. It was unique in the city of Ann Arbor. But the city of Ann Arbor did not want one more publicly owned public space. And they understood that to get to that public space was going to cost the better part of what we thought in our lily gilded era pre-COVID would be something on the order of $20 million. It turned out to be more like 37. And we have since raised through that process, and this is why, again, I am not here to try to convince Commissioner Robbie that this way of doing things is the right way, but it did achieve what the city of Ann Arbor expected it would achieve. And it's why we're cutting the ribbon on that public space before one building gets built, before one of the things that actually produce the tax revenue that will actually pay for that brownfield is even a shovel in the ground. And it also, it certainly raised the $20 million, which was the enhancement grant in 2022 that accelerated this thing and otherwise would not have occurred as quickly as it did. But it also brought other grant dollars, both private and public. In fact, private foundation and giving to this public space is now in the order of $10 million. So it is engendering giving for public purpose. And I am not here to change your mind, though I welcome this discussion and would have it with you over a cup of coffee or over a beer at the park. But I'm not.
I won't be setting foot in that park.
I understand that,
in any
sir.
circumstance.
But and I'm not dismissing your concerns, but I did want to make sure the rest of the commissioners understood ours, or at least our point of view, and we welcome questions on this score. Thank you.
Change of topic. How do you plan to de-water when you're doing I understand that some of this money is going for utility trenches for the site. So as you dig up into what I assume to be more contaminated soil, there's money in here for dewatering into the river. And my understanding is that already thousands of gallons of water were discharged into the Huron River from the site, from the dewatering that had to occur.
We did all the dewatering within Eagle standards. Again, we're happy to have SME talk about that in excruciating detail if you'd like. But
Sure.
we're going to continue to dewater in accordance with standards. And actually, we did a little better than we thought we would on the dewatering front. It is often held in tanks. It is processed, all in accordance with Eagle requirements. The heavy lift on that has largely occurred as it relates to the actual public space. There will be undoubtedly some more as foundations are put in place for buildings in the coming years. But we actually did a couple other things to help make that less impactful, including agreeing in advance of any actual change to the law to put most of the buildings above the 500-year flood high water or flood event level, and it kind of lifted things out of the water. Now, that was making a virtue of necessity, candidly, Commissioner, because it avoided the necessity of dewatering. But I can say this without the slightest risk of contradiction. What we just accomplished out there was the largest environmental cleanup in the city of Ann Arbor in modern history. And we're kind of proud of it, frankly. But I understand your concern.
I would just note that Eagle's standards are not great on a lot of things. And so there were undoubtedly contaminants poured into the Huron River when you were dewatering.
I kind of found them to be kind of a pain in the ass, to be honest with you.
What's that?
I found them to be kind of a pain in the ass, to be honest with you.
Well, that's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
But they should probably be more of a pain in the ass. And so that's interesting. So in terms of the barrier that you're also using this money to create, there's money to create a 2-foot soil barrier that you're going to put, I assume, between what is still contaminated soil and the grass or whatever feature on the private park
Yeah,
that you're creating?
that 2-foot dermal contact barrier was installed into the original $500,000 grant. That's already in place.
Okay, the
In the park.
application seemed to imply that it was part of the new money too. No,
No.
it's already in place. Okay.
Yep.
And is 2 feet enough distance to prevent
Yep.
people that are sitting on the grass above it from,
Yep. Once again, it's, yeah, that the design of that barrier was in
is it
accordance
just
with
soil
legal
or is
guidance.
it like something?
It's soil and vegetation. It's stabilized with vegetation, but yeah, it's soil.
Okay, so 2 feet of soil and vegetation is enough to keep whatever this contaminant is from people breathing it? And
Correct.
everybody along the way felt that was, okay, 2 feet, interesting. Hopefully nobody digs into the ground there. Is there like kids playing or something like that? Is it gonna be grass or is it gonna be concrete or what?
There's a lot of grass out there, but there's also pathways that are concrete, yes.
So there is grass and concrete?
Mhm.
Okay, okay. All right, well, I'm gonna have more to say in September. A lot more to say in September. I will just close by saying that what this model that you guys have proposed is frankly dystopian. It makes me feel like we're already in some dystopian novel of the future where corporations control everything. Things that should be public, like parks should be public, owned by and operated by the public. And so I guess the last question I would ask of the developer is how much money are you going to be making on this project?
In working for the Conservancy, and we've been at this project for 10 years, we are not charging a dime for the work we've done so far.
I'm not asking
and
about
we've
that.
And we've made a $1.5 million contribution to the project. Someday after 100 residential units, 20 of which are affordable, and a hotel and some retailer built, we might make some money. We haven't made a dime yet. We're hoping to, because we want to generate the tax revenue to help support the brownfield that we'll come back and talk about in September.
I'm sure that you wouldn't, I'm sure that you will make more than some money, and I'm sure that you wouldn't have done this if you believed that it was only a possibility. So-
You're right. We take entrepreneurial risks. This wasn't a particularly attractive one in the end. But we do have a reputation for seeing through complex economic development projects. We've done a lot of it in Detroit. We used to talk about our reputation there, but after 3 years of doing it here, I talk about what we've accomplished so far here. And if we ever make some money on this, I'll be very pleased. I'll be honest with you. And we're certainly trying to, but it won't be on the public space and it won't be on the reclamation of this site. Not one dime, and in fact, we've contributed 1.5 million.
You think there's a chance you won't make money off this project?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a chance. That's how free enterprise works. We win some and we lose some. There is a chance we won't make money on this project. But I'm not here to complain. I'm actually very grateful for the support. But what we're doing here today is to finish the job of the public space. And I can say, as I said before, and as I think the Washtenaw County Brownfield Authority understood, and Eagle and DEQ understood, these dollars were necessary to achieve a public good. And we are acting as stewards of that public good right now on behalf of the Conservancy. And I'm not going to try to pretend like we're angels, but I also don't think there's anything wrong with trying to make money. It's just right now, that is not what we're doing. Right now, we're trying to finish the public space.
Nothing wrong with trying to make money, but you're receiving massive public subsidy for the project. And I think that's the difference. This isn't a-
There's no public subsidy that we are receiving as it relates to the eventual construction of the buildings that will generate the tax revenue. in
There's a whole
Brownfield.
brownfield plan that we're approving.
Yeah, that is, there's no question that is an incentive for development that was necessary to achieve that development. And those dollars are being funneled back into this project in accordance with the Brownfield plan, which I didn't actually think was the subject today, but delighted to talk about it on September 3rd. And I'm not, like I said, we're not here to say we aren't trying to ultimately earn on the development side, putting the private hat on, not the Conservancy hat, that we're not ultimately trying to earn a buck. But this will not be anything close to the most profitable project we ever engaged in, but we'll be proud of it because I think it will have fundamentally transformed a very, very contaminated and very, very underutilized site for public benefit. And sometimes you do well by doing good. I think this is one of those cases, and we'll stand by it in the end. But yeah, I appreciate the question.
Can I host an anti-Trump rally at the park?
You're going to have to talk to the Conservancy. I'm just working out the public space for them right now.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks.
Commissioner Light?
Well, thank you all for coming. My question, I just wanted clarity, but I kind of think you did. So I was just wondering when you explained about, even though this is private, you gave the comparison like Belle Isle or, and so because you are utilizing brownfield, does that mean that you have to utilize some of that space for public? And so that's kind of like with that, when they do
Yeah.
housing developments, you know how you have to utilize a portion of the housing has to be like affordable or.
Well, again, you're getting into some of the things that the city and we, through the Planning Commission and City Council, worked out. I think the city was very focused on public benefit here. They understood the park itself was one of those public benefits. They understood, and this maybe doesn't go without saying, that there was no amount of private development that was going to occur on that site that could pay for that remediation and that public space by just profits from the project. And so they set out requirements for us for public use in that space. And they were concerned, as I think legitimately, we show up in 2018 and say, hey, we'd like to create this privately managed public space. It happens all the time in other cities. It's new to Ann Arbor, but we think it'll work. Particularly when they said, we don't want that space. We don't want to own it. How is this going to work? And we were very clear with the Parks Department. We'll collaborate with you. So while I absolutely understand Commissioner Robbie's point about parks should be, though I don't agree that it should be so black and white, that parks should be owned by the public. I think they should have that if they're going to be public spaces, there should be ground rules. And the city laid out myriad ground rules in the entitlement process, including what I just said, public easements across the space, hours of operations that conform with the City of Ann Arbor's Parks Department, parking requirements consistent with the Ann Arbor Parks Department. They also required us to develop a certain amount of affordable housing on the site because it went beyond that simple public space requirement. So I don't know if this is answering your question, but I think what that public space is, while technically owned by a nonprofit entity, is fundamentally a public-private partnership. And its governance was set forth by the city in which it's being located in Ann Arbor. Now, this body might have said, well, I would have made you do this, or would have made you do that. The city of Ann Arbor made us do a lot of things, including contribute dollars to that public space, which we have done. And I think they understood the bargain that was being struck.
Yeah. So for me, it's not necessarily private when it's a nonprofit organization, but that's just me. That's not necessarily private, but to each is their own. But I'm kind of excited about it, and just looking forward to seeing. I'm all for cleaning up something, and I know the city of Ann Arbor didn't want to touch the project because they said it cost too much, and they didn't want the responsibility of the taxpayers, and so. But I look forward to seeing how the project is going to move forward, and I didn't plan on voting yesterday.
Any other comments? Commissioner Sanders?
Just a quick question. Help me visualize, where is it? So.
You can
No,
walk to it from here. I just
went to a
did.
coffee place on
Behind the
Broadway
train
the other
station.
day, on the corner, Broadway and something. I'm just trying to picture it, sorry.
If you know where the Amtrak lot is,
Yes,
right next to it. You have to go over the bridge and turn into the Amtrak lot.
okay,
And I'm delighted that people still don't know where this is, because we're gonna just shock and awe.
okay,
It opens up you'll be able to enter off of a new street we're running in there called River Street.
okay,
And then you'll also be able to go under the berm undercut, right by the train tracks. And
okay,
you'll come right onto the site, and you'll be able to take the border-to-border trail.
okay.
Ralph Wilson Foundation gave a grant to this project because it helped connect the border-to-border trail to the site.
Okay,
That was one of the many grants received. There will be we're right now raising funds for a year-round indoor-outdoor pavilion that'll be on the site for public events
okay,
and private events as well, and that'll help fund the park. So,
okay. Parking,
yeah, there's 480 spaces ultimately as part of the overall development, and we have to figure out how to manage all that. The city wanted to make sure certain of them were designated for park use.
okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Scott just showed me the area.
Oh, you saw it. Great, thank you.
So, thank you.
Look forward to having you all out.
I want to know when the skating ribbon is going to open.
Oh, don't get us started.
It's still going to be there, right?
That's still on the plan. We're really, that's turning out to be a bit of a geological challenge, because the land is somewhat in the floodplain, but we're working on it. We haven't raised the funds for that yet.
Yeah.
Just finished raising the funds for the pavilion. That's part of the 10 million that has been raised. The ice ribbon and that sort of section is next.
Okay.
So the city made us agree, and this is another thing we're proud of. The city made us agree, and wouldn't have happened, frankly, without that much maligned $20 million enhancement grant. But the city made us agree in our entitlement that we could not get one certificate of occupancy for a single condominium or residential or hospitality unit until the baseline public space, which is what we're about to open next month, was complete. We haven't even pulled a permit for those residential or hospitality, and the baseline public space will be complete. So thanks to support like this. So we really are very appreciative.
I mean, it's interesting to hear about the park and what's going there, but again, like the decision to put a park there or not and to work with you was a decision of the cities. We're really talking about the brownfield money here. And so.
But the moment we're talking about the Eagle grant.
We're
but-
talking, yes, we're talking about the Eagle grant, and anything we're saying about this is about the brownfield money or the Eagle grant, but the decision or not to have a park there was purely the city's decision, so. Commissioner Robbie?
It is relevant to the brownfield plan, though. And I think that's critically being missed here, because part of what's being shifted is because more of the project was able to be paid for by the $20 million grant that you received, which we can talk about in September. But the reality is, when you say much maligned, I just want to say, my quote in the Detroit News was shady as hell. It was shady as hell because you guys got $20 million in the state budget. Nobody really knew it was in there. And I was being asked about it because this was in my district. I was being asked about where does $20 million come from? I had no idea where the $20 million came from. Because somebody in the budget process and the enhancement grant process, you know, at the time in 2022, that was the same time that we got Faye Baydoun and the money for her nonprofit, which spent it $500,000 on a salary, vacations, all this different stuff. Same time. And so there's all this money in the state budget that's public dollars that's spent in a super shady way. A lot of that's being changed, actually. So both the Senate and the House improved their processes for how to give these enhancement grants out, so that it's not as shady anymore. I'm hoping that they stick with that. But you know, you got this grant kind of out of nowhere, $20 million from the state. And I just, you know, and so now we're going to talk about it more in September. But it is related. All these pieces are related to one another. And this project, you know, like you said, wouldn't have been possible without that public investment. So, you know, my feeling is that it should be a public site, so.
Any other continued comments, questions, or concerns? All right, let's vote. Thank you, gentlemen.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yeah.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
No.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. Now, we're on to K. Questions, comments, concerns, Commissioner LeBar.
Thank you, Chair. It's late. I'll be really quick. This is wonderful, life-saving, work that we're going to approve. And I really just wanted to highlight it and thank the task force, thank the staff. It's a very tangible piece of county action that will save lives. It's just wonderful across the board, and appreciate that we're doing it and doing it again. And when I pulled it, I thought maybe there'd be more time for discussion and so forth, but I think we've hit that. So I look forward to voting yes and hope you all do the same. Thanks.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns, Commissioner Sanders?
So I'm excited that we are going to continue to try and support that population that struggles in ways that many of us can't imagine. I would just like to put on the record that if I were asked, which I have not been, I probably would have proposed additional funding for the family shelter expansion, because we know that there is a new facility that will be utilizing or will be serving families. I think I've triggered something with Commissioner Somerville.
It's coming. That's
Okay.
coming. Yes. Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up in reaction to that comment. I believe the 280,000 you see there for family shelter expansion is the ongoing operational support for the expanded site that will leverage private dollars.
Okay.
And there is more funding coming for that, coming soon.
Okay.
To a board table near you.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, or concerns? Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you. I'm wondering if somebody can explain about the Barrier Busters funding. On the list, it said Barrier Busters at the direction of SOS Community Services. Is that always the case, or does it all have to go through SOS? How does that work?
Good evening again. Yep, it always goes through Barrier Busters because SOS case managers are the ones that provide the case management services, and Barrier Busters has the efficiency and the operations to get the money out the door quickly for eviction prevention. So a call might come in that $3,000 is needed. The case manager contacts Barrier Busters, and then those checks are delivered to the landlord
So
or to
somebody
the
has
court.
to go to SOS in order to get Barrier Busters money?
In this case, yes, for eviction
Through this
prevention.
program.
Why are we restricting it to just one nonprofit?
Well, the dollars can, oh, do you? Go ahead. Oh, I'm not sure. Okay. They work in tandem, but the case management is provided by SOS, which is why you saw that delineation.
So walk me through, if somebody wants to access Barrier Busters money, do they have to call SOS Community Services in order to get that money?
For eviction prevention, yes. They call, so any dollars that go out through Barrier Busters has to be accessed by a case manager.
Sure.
So the case managers' homes are with the nonprofits. So Barrier Busters is just the way to get the money out the
Sure.
door.
But SOS is SOS the only one that does eviction prevention?
For families, yep.
And is this just for families?
And then the shelter does individuals.
So,
The
but this
Shelter
Barrier Busters
Association.
money is just for families? Or is this Barrier Busters money for everybody that needs?
Eviction prevention.
So
yes.
why is the shelter not included as a? Am I making sense? Maybe I'm not making sense, but like if there's two nonprofits that are providing eviction prevention services and this pot of Barrier Busters money
Yep.
is just for people accessing it through SOS, what about the people that are trying to access eviction prevention through the Shelter Association?
They both can provide that access. So, but the shelter provides case management for individuals and SOS provides the case management for families.
But the way the fund was described in our board packet, it looked like it was just for SOS. It said as directed through SOS.
I don't have it in front of me.
I mean, I can try to pull it up too. It was.
Thanks.
Yeah, it says Barrier Busters as referred by SOS for direct assistance, $566,667. That's in the resolution.
Yep. I believe you. I don't have the answer, but I can get it for you.
I mean, because that's a lot of money for one organization and it says as referred by, which makes me think that's the only organization that can refer people to that money.
I'm gonna go to Commissioner Sanders.
So I think that I would have a similar concern, and it really is based on the fact that I've gotten feedback from people that feel like they have not been appropriately serviced, specifically by SOS, as well as employees of SOS sharing information about, the ways that they feel like they are not respectfully treated when they're attempting to do their jobs. So I guess I want to renew my years ago comments, concerns about the fact that we do not have a portal or a way to assess quality and satisfaction of residents that are utilizing services of nonprofits that we help support. And I think that we need to find a way to do that. Because I want to hear from the people that feel like they're turned away, they're not responded to, whatever it is, because how do I put this? First, I don't want to be, I'm not being disrespectful to any of the employees of nonprofits. But I've said this before, if you're a nonprofit and you get a complaint, it's not necessarily in your best interest to let it be known that you've gotten that complaint. And we don't really have a way to check and balance that. If it's something that's an in-house service of the county, we have a number of ways that we have to address it, that we cannot ignore it. But with nonprofits, they're kind of an island out there and nobody's policing them. And so on behalf of the residents, on behalf of the most vulnerable people that are utilizing these nonprofits for lifelines, I'm gonna reiterate that we need a system that allows them to share their experience with us. And a resident survey or something that doesn't just go to the nonprofit. I would prefer that it's a way for them to share their experience, and it goes two ways. It goes to the nonprofit and it comes to somebody at the county that allows us to say, okay, what's going on with this? Because I'm not seeing it.
We do have through Hawk,
Oh my God.
through
I'm
Hawk,
sorry.
there
I say
is,
this every time, and I'm not gonna apologize because I've had people, employees wanna push back and say, you're being disrespectful. No, Hawk has been a broken thing for a while. And I keep saying we need to change the name because it's a bad connotation that goes with it, but nobody listens to me. I'm not gonna apologize for my immediate response whenever that name is brought up. I'm sorry. No offense.
none taken. There is a grievance and complaint form. People can call the Hawk Call Center to share their experiences with local shelters and nonprofits. Once that complaint comes in, it's documented. We contact the said shelter, whichever one that it is, and they're given a response. So we do have tracks.
I'd like to see
Sure.
that data.
No
I'd like to
problem.
see those reports. So
problem.
I'm making that an official request. I want to see them
Okay,
for as far back as they go.
we've got them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And as far as Hawk goes, I've been in the community for over 20 years, and no matter who holds Hawk, they're continually drugged through, a fine tooth comb, let's say. So when SOS had it under Gary and Faye, it was there. They got a lot of backlash. It was moved to Salvation Army. Salvation Army held it for a decade. It got, the same feedback, the same kind of reaction. When the county put out an RFP for it, no one responded, so the county took it on. And so what I'd like to say about Hawk is that as a system, it does do the job, but I think there's a misperception of what Hawk really is and what it isn't. Hawk is a resource line. It is a place for people to call to say, I have multiple problems usually. And then Hawk tells them exactly what the next steps are in the process. Is it true that some people have been trespassed out of shelter for a myriad of reasons? Yes. Is that the kind of, that's not always the last answer, but it does happen. And so Hawk is a resource, and I understand the immense pressure that people are under when they call and they need a fix right now. But a Hawk operator is not the person that is going to fix that problem right now. They're able to offer the resource and the connection. So I think there's a misperception about what Hawk is and what it isn't, and what it can do and what it really is not able to do. Do I know that Hawk calls are answered within minutes of calls, of the call actually being placed? Yes. Do I know that we have a satisfaction rate or at least a good response time? Yes. Do they get everything that they need immediately? No, because that's not what a call center does. It's very similar to 211. So 211 is a resource line that is partially funded or supported by the county through United Way. And people expect the same kind of thing. I need the help now and I know what I need. But those operators are connectors. They're saying, here's where the resources are. Let me help you connect with them. Is it terribly frustrating when you might not have a phone, when you might not have internet? So we're constantly searching for ways to fix things for people. And we appreciate feedback like that because we started the tracking of the grievances because of feedback like yours. So I appreciate it and I'm here for it. And I think when we all come together and put community first and put the people in the center of the solution instead of visualizing them as the problem, then I think we all benefit. And it's only when we come together and hear all the different voices at the table is that when we can come up with solutions. So.
Good. I have Commissioner Somerville next in the queue, and I know I have Kristen online who can answer some questions with Yusuf too. I also want to point out Tony, the director of OCD is here too, might be able to answer questions for us also. But I'll go to Commissioner Somerville first, and then we'll go back to Kristen to help answer Yusuf's question.
Yeah, I think that, I just wanted to point out, like, Barrier Busters is like a conglomerate of all of the organizations that can be an access point for eviction prevention dollars. And then like one of the ways people get connected to those organizations before they can get funding approval is like calling Hawk and having eviction paperwork. So just right, that's
Yep.
my understanding. So
Yep.
I just wanted to clarify, but I think maybe Kristen on the line there who knows more about this than I do can clarify some of the questions that Commissioner Robbie and Commissioner Sanders had.
So maybe this is a good place for Kristen to jump in here. Maybe I should turn my microphone on. Maybe this is a good place for Kristen to jump in here.
Good morning, folks. Can y'all hear me okay?
Good morning.
It's officially midnight. This is Kristen Kunis, COC Supervisor. I just wanted to go back to Commissioner Robbie's question regarding SOS. Just a point of clarification, SOS is the Prevention Assessment Agency for Washtenaw County, which means they do complete prevention assessments for both individuals and families. Similar to what Pam had mentioned when we released a request for proposals process for both the call center and other roles within coordinated entry. Only SOS volunteered and identified themselves as an interested entity to do that work. And so that is why they're currently the only nonprofit doing that work on behalf of Washtenaw County. But again, they do prevention for both individuals and families.
Commissioner Robbie?
So does that mean that anybody wishing to access this money has to go through SOS?
They go through first and foremost the call center. The call center completes an intake and then schedules a prevention assessment agency. But yes, SOS is the only authorized agency that is responsible for completing the prevention assessment. That assessment is pretty thorough. And so they are the only agency that has the discretion to do so. If another agency wanted to, we would have to do another request for proposals process, but and kind of open that up to other entities.
So all Barrier Busters money, anybody that wants money from Barrier Busters has to go ultimately get assessed by SOS in order to get Barrier Busters money.
No.
Just
No,
for
that's not
eviction
correct.
prevention.
Prevention.
So this $500,000 that we're putting forward is just for eviction prevention.
Yes. Eviction prevention and diversion. It's the most economical way to keep people housed.
Sure.
So,
But I mean, those are not the only purposes that Barrier Busters can be used for.
no, Barrier
But
Busters
this
is,
money that we're putting forward is just for that purpose within Barrier Busters?
yeah,
So we're creating like a special category within Barrier Busters just for this.
just
purpose.
for this, right. Barrier Busters is a conglomeration of many different funding streams that deal with all different kinds of things. So like community mental health donates or grants $40,000 to Barrier Busters. Different municipalities within our community donates to Barrier Busters. And they all come with specific stipulations from the donor. So like, let's say Pittsfield Township gives $20,000. They can say it's only for Pittsfield Township residents, or if CMH, it's only for CMH clients. So there's a different variety of funding streams that is braided into what Barrier Busters is. This is one component.
Okay. I guess like I would be more comfortable if we removed that part of the resolution that says as referred by SOS, because, I mean, I would just rather it say Barrier Busters, but if my colleagues don't agree, then that's fine.
Commissioner LeVar?
So, Commissioner Robbie, I hear your point there. SOS has that designation within the system, in part because of what Pam just spoke about and what Kristen just spoke about, that they're the ones who are, in this case, the only ones, stepping up and willing to do, that work with the designation. And so to some degree, removing that language would be detrimental to that system. Maybe in the future, we can, come up with accommodating language to speak to, I think, what is your concern, which I think I have a sense of. But I would argue, let's keep it as is tonight, and try and do that in the future if needed. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders?
Pam, do we have I'm asking this for a reason. I think I know the answer, but it may not be, the public may not be aware. There is a maximum.
There is.
Per family, per year.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
That we can spend, to prevent eviction. Are you comfortable sharing that? The only
sure.
reason I'm asking you is because I've met that maximum with at least one of my constituents. And I think they felt that I was being cruel by not exceeding that maximum.
It's $3,000.
I exceeded it. I didn't even know. I thought it was more than, I think it was more than that. I didn't ask for it to be exceeded, but I wanted you to share that publicly so that people understand it's not an unlimited pot.
Right.
So once you get that amount, you can't turn around 2 months later and be in the same situation and expect that we are going to be able to give you additional funding.
Right, correct. It might be great for Barrier Busters to come in and do a presentation during working session or a BOC session.
How
and we
about a
can share-
simulation? I
we
would
can
love a
share-
simulation.
Sure, we can share all the data. And going back to Commissioner Robbie, it's the reason SOS is in place is to make sure that they're doing the assessment so that your tax dollars are spent wisely, or all donations are spent wisely, that people aren't coming back again and again, or that they are indeed eligible. So it's a plus for the system. SOS does great work. And I know that there are a variety of opinions, but I could say there's a variety of opinions about every service that's offered. Because if somebody needs something and you don't have it when they need it, then you're not, you're not meeting their immediate need.
Are you still going?
Last thing is that I'm not saying I understand why we need to have the processes, right? I have recently myself tried to get a family housed. It wasn't an eviction situation, but they were homeless. And after making an emergency call right then, calling a lift, they refused. They preferred to sleep with 2 children outside. They did not want to be even put in a hotel overnight. And so what I have learned through that and other processes is we have the processes because we need to make sure that, I don't know how to say this, that families that are well-versed in our systems are not taking advantage of the system, meaning you go one place, you get help, you might get put out because you don't want to follow the rules. And then you go to another place. The point of having the central system is that you have access to all of those records. And you can say, well, we've offered this, they didn't return our phone calls, or they were not responsive to our caseworkers. So I understand that doesn't mean that there are not some emergencies that I'm going to tell you I don't care about the process. I want these babies housed at least overnight.
Yep.
But I do understand that there are reasons why we have the processes.
And I think that we do have solutions on the horizon, you know, with the new shelter opening at Trinity through IHN and Alpha House, there will be 30 more, 30 more rooms available for people so that when, Shona tells the story that a mom is on the street at 1 a.m., she has a place to go. So, and I thank the county and the state actually for bringing dollars together to make that happen. So.
Commissioner Somerville?
There were a few things I wanted to bring up, but the comment about the limitations, I just want to point out the limitations, the way that I understand it, the money that we get from the feds, there are like strict limitations, but the money that we've been putting in from our general fund could be more flexible. And I've brought this up a few times when we've had these conversations about eviction prevention, because I do think that hopefully in the future, we can figure out ways to put more money into eviction prevention annually and look at people who say in the beginning of the year, run into a situation in crisis, and then within that frame of not being able to use federal dollars, again, we still have our own general fund. Same thing with like the senior millage, if we're trying to prevent senior homelessness. And I could see a lot of scenarios now with some of the things happening at the federal level where we may want to use millage dollars for an older adult more than once a year that would exceed $3,000. And so there are certain funds that we get that we use for eviction prevention that are restricted. And then there's general fund and millage fund that are more flexible, and it's always cheaper to prevent homelessness. So I just wanted to point that out. And then I know it's when we've gotten presentations on Hawk in particular, there's like the scenario drawn out. There's the main call center and then the path if you're an adult or family, and those are requirements by the state of Michigan. And so all the points that you already made, but I just wanted to clarify, like in the past, when we've seen this kind of laid out, that those are the directions that it points you in. Part of the reason, even though it's like somewhat not related to the winter sheltering proposal, but I think some of the reason why there's still some negative feelings associated with Hawk and even like the pathway for families, and I hope some of that has changed because we put more money into the system last year that sped up the process for families. Like I would say back in my first year on the board, we were getting a lot of complaints about the timeline. Part of the problem was SOS, even though they could take in the calls, they didn't have anywhere to put people. And that, like, my thought on that was, well, we have to either, like we have to make a decision that we want to figure out how to have master leases so we can actually have places to place people, because that's the larger problem is when you have that many families calling because they need to be rapid housed and you don't have anywhere to put them. And I don't expect people who are in crisis to be able to peel back those layers and understand. And so to them, it's Hawk or SOS and not the overall lack of support and resources for the whole system. And so I just wanted to point those out because I see it more of an issue of not the ability for like our folks on the phone or SOS staff. It's more of like resources. But all the feedback that I've gotten in the last year since we've increased the amount of money we're putting annually towards like the winter shelter season, it's reducing a lot of the issues that we saw back in 2022, 2023. So honestly, consistency and being able to put more money in every year and figuring out how to do that, I think is what's going to make the biggest difference. And also with Hawk, like, I mean, there was a whole like budget cycle where we still didn't even appropriately fund the positions until kind of like the tail end of that. So a lot of it, I mean, a lot of lessons learned, but historically, there's not enough money passed through the county to manage these systems, even though it's a requirement. And so it's like, we need more support that gets passed down to help with the call center to begin with, I think. I mean, there's still things that we can improve with the call center if the state and feds gave us more support to do that. So I just wanted to make those points. And again, I appreciate you being able to try to answer all of these on the fly.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Robbie?
somebody that comes, through this process, goes to SOS, receives Barrier Busters money, how do they know that it's county money?
Well, when you say they, who do you mean they? You mean the client?
The client.
The case managers share it with them.
So that's a standard protocol that in every conversation, they talk about it being funding from Washtenaw County.
If it is, because you also have
Sure, yeah,
Pittsfield
right, of
Township, City of
course.
Hanover, other places. Yeah.
But that's shared in every conversation that they have.
They're asked to do it. So am I standing there with each case manager? No.
Is it built into our contract with SOS to provide that?
The information, yeah, the county is always, it's always documented on their websites, in any like public statements they make, press releases, stuff like that. I think we have really good partners. This is an editorial and I understand that. You can cut me off, Chair, if
No.
you'd like to. But I think we're extremely fortunate to work in this community because of the caliber of the nonprofits and the executive leadership that we have is exceptional. We were just complimented by MISTA, which is the Michigan State Housing Authority, that uses our COC as an example around the state. And she's asked, the MISTA representative has asked if we are willing, Kristen Kunas especially. Kristen, thanks for staying up past your bedtime. I appreciated you being on the phone. It has been asked to mentor and talk about what we are doing in our community to make things better. So I just want to give a shout out to the shelter employees. They do an extremely difficult job dealing with a challenging population and they do it really well. So thanks to all my partners out in the community.
I wasn't commenting on the quality of our partners. I think it's
I
still,
know.
regardless of the quality of our partners, it's still important that the people receiving services understand that they're receiving services because of the county
Mhm.
and our contribution to those services. And so I want to make sure that I know I've said this at every meeting and you acknowledge that I say it at every meeting. I'm just trying to make sure that it's actually becoming part of our standard protocol of how we operate with these nonprofits.
Yeah.
And that when this isn't just for Barrier Busters, but all the other funding that we're providing today too. I want to make sure that, and I'm not talking about like inviting all the commissioners to a cookout. I'm saying like this, it needs to be like the people that are receiving the service and the members of the public need to know where their funding is going. And
It's in
that
our
is-
contracts with them. So I can send you a template so you can see.
Okay, Tony's already sent it to me. I'm just trying to make sure that it's actually getting done.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I've got Somerville and Light.
Thanks. This is just for the like conversation. When people are in like crisis mode, like we can say it 10 times while they're panicking and their heart's racing and they're trying to figure out all the pieces of like what's gonna happen to them because they don't even know if they're gonna get funding. They're not gonna remember. And so I think like a better solution for how we continue to make sure the community knows that we're investing in eviction prevention is to like figure out creative ways to share that out that's more palatable, more like visual, because people in crisis, like even like it doesn't, you're not thinking and you will forget because usually when you're under that much stress, you're in fight or flight mode. So for me, and maybe we should bring forward a formal like resolution for a better communications plan. I personally really like our annual report. I utilize that often when I'm talking with local units of government in my district, because I'm usually trying to encourage them to continue investing in extra barrier buster dollars, because there are a lot of pieces. So if somebody from the city of Ypsilanti calls and gets approved for eviction funding, are we telling them that the federal government, the state of Michigan, Washtenaw County, and the city of Ypsilanti, like, are we breaking down the percentages that's funding their eviction prevention? That's overwhelming. And so I think our annual reports are great, but there might be better ways that we can like share that information out through videos and maybe testimonials for people who like voluntarily want to participate. And, I think that's a good way to do it. Same thing with like the skip funding for people who were using those resources for eviction prevention. But the actual annual reports, I find like visually pleasing. They're easy for me to show other elected officials at the local level. Like, this is actually what's happened in the city of Ypsilanti, and this is why you should continue this investment. And even when residents ask, like, well, what are you guys doing on eviction prevention? I can actually show them the annual report. And so, you know, there's probably ways that we could get that out more regularly, like maybe every year, every 2 years, we try to do more of like a social, like a media push. Like, I don't know, did we put out a press release this year when we had the annual report? So maybe we try to like proactively get more interviews on it. I'm just thinking of ways that we can get people who maybe never used the service or people who did use the service, but were in such a crisis at the time, don't even realize like which entity is even the one that's like the main funder. That's the feedback that I've gotten from people, like, it all happens, it happens really fast, sometimes it gets denied, they don't really know, and so, you know, being able to communicate it in more creative ways, I think could be helpful.
Our partners have been really helpful. There is there was an NPR station, WEMU, that does, fingers crossed it still is, Washtenaw United, and a lot of our partners have been on that, and they talk about everything that they're doing and their partnership with OCED. The annual report has been really helpful, as well as our social media channels. But you raise a good point, because we recently did, Stacy Steele is the program manager for Barrier Busters, did a great presentation to the leadership. Administrator Dill allowed her to talk to the leadership, which is about 50 people, I think, 50 or 60 people. But that's an internal audience. And so you're bringing up the point that we need to do better externally, because internally our partners know about it and the county knows about it, but we need to make sure that the external partners or the external, population knows about it. So thanks for that.
I just wanted to say, I understand where Commissioner Robbie is coming from about who provides the help, making sure that those that are receiving the assistance knows that we're helping, but we also have to be delicate because some folks come in, they're very ashamed, they're in survival mode, they're just at their last, as Commissioner Somerville said, and so by the time you sit down and you try to pull the resources from all of the agencies, and you're saying, well, I want you to know, the county, they did X, Y, and Z, they don't give a darn. They're just appreciative and thankful that they are getting the assistance that they need. And I have worked in social services. I did it for a long time. I worked in the PATH program where, in Michigan Works, where the funding was provided by the state. Then Michigan Works would provide social services. We worked with SOS. We worked through Barrier Busters. And so money was coming and going from everywhere. And majority of my clients, as I said, did not give a damn about where it was coming from. They just knew that it was gonna come or it was not. And so us throwing it in their face, we pay for this, it's not fair. And people already struggle and feel like, I gotta go and get a handout, I gotta go get assistance, they're ashamed. And us always making sure now for our providers or for the organizations, yes, make sure that we promote that we are partners. But for our clients or residents that receive the services, they'll see it. They'll see it in the information packets, but the majority of the clients that I served were very shamed and and so me coming to say, oh, I want you to know that, Washtenaw County, they made this happen for you. That's not the correct thing to do. And still working with individuals right now, I work with about 5 families that are receiving services, and the county is assisting, and we have funded different organizations to assist them. I don't ever say, the county is making this possible. I just don't do it because they're already right here. I just don't want to just push them in the ground and send them to hell because, Like they already feel that way. And so let's just be courteous of what and how we promote ourselves. You know, we're not God. We are not the ultimate. We can't just do that. And so please be careful. Like I said, I assist families right now, and I do not once say, you know, this is possible because of the county. And I get thank yous, you know what? We appreciate, they know, they're like, they figure it out. The county, you know, is making this happen. So, I am not in agreement with just pushing and making sure that those receive the services right one, and that the caseworkers are like, well, you know, Washtenaw, I am not in agreement with that. And that is not the way and the ideal way to do that.
When somebody receives assistance, how do they receive it? Is it like a direct transfer to their bank account?
No, it's paid directly to the landlord.
Okay. Okay, I just want to say that I hear what everybody's saying. The reality though is that we have a nonprofit that is meeting with individuals under the banner of their organization, with their organization staff. And if people are not clear about where the money is coming from, one would be susceptible to believe that it is just SOS or any nonprofit that is providing all of these services alone. And I don't think that it is indicative of the important role that government plays in supporting people's lives and livelihoods and in our community. And I do believe that it is important for folks who are receiving services to understand that. It doesn't have to be like a big part, it doesn't have to be a big show, but I do think it's important to understand where the money's coming from, and that it is not a handout, that it is our community investing in the success of that individual.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Commissioner Light, sorry, you did raise your hand, and thank you.
I just want to say that any supportive services through any organization, or through the county, there is never a direct deposit. It is always, provided, the funding is always, given to the service provider. So if it's getting car assistance, it goes to a licensed mechanic. If you are, getting assistance with, registration, insurance, whatever the case may be, it goes directly to the state of Michigan, directly to whatever car insurance. If you are receiving clothing, for interviewing, there is either the caseworker goes to the store with the person receiving, the service, and they pay for it, and they take that receipt back and they log it. There is never a direct, any monetary checks provided to the individual. And I don't want to make this seem like it's a back and forth, and I understand what Commissioner Robbie is saying, but I just wanted to be clear that the organization or the agency, they let it be, you know, that they have that information, that we are, a provider of funding. That is wonderful. But as I said, sitting down with individuals that I did for 6 years, that was not the number one on my mind, because some of them were either homeless, some of them had DV cases, some of them had CPS cases, and me telling them that the organization that I worked at, that was not the number one goal. I didn't even care, because guess what? It's not my personal money. This is not our personal money. And it is not a handout. Yes, we want them to know that. But being a seasoned case manager, I could smell somebody's BS from a mile away. So if you were coming thinking you were getting a handout and you're gonna do the okie dokie, I mean, it never works. And I knew, and I would tell them, this is not my money, however, but you're not gonna play the system. So a lot of caseworkers are seasoned that way, they know. But just telling somebody you're not, you know, the county is paying, that's not it. It is not it. And I think until you have experienced it one-on-one, working with people in that capacity, we're not gonna clearly understand from one another how that works. Because if somebody came and said, hey, the county is the one who provided this money, okay, that's great, guess what? Somebody's helping me. So and like I said, I understand, I think the organization should have to make sure that they provide that Washtenaw County is allocating funds to their organization to make services happen. But having the caseworkers to pass that along to clients or residents, that is not the answer, it's not a good look. And I just recommend that we do not push that through our organizations or any caseworker.
Commissioner Beaman?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to call the question.
Support.
Okay. Ashlyn?
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
10,000 times yes.
Motion passed.
So, vote on item K, please.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yeah.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
motion passed.
Right, we're on to item Q. I just also want to make a quick note. I want to gently remind us, based on the conversation, not just from this last one, but a few things to try to stay focused on the resolutions currently before us. I know that context and past decisions can be important. The discussion is most productive at this table when we're addressing the specifics at hand, rather than revisiting settled matters or exploring hypotheticals. So let's work together for the last two items on our agenda. Don't forget, we have a supplemental let's work together to keep our conversation grounded in the current action items so we can move forward effectively. Let's try to continue to do that at all the meetings past tonight as well too. There is a lot of hypothetical and revisiting past discussion, and we are veering from talking about actual matters at hand. So let's try to stay focused. Item Q, a resolution to adopt the revised payment interns policy from Corporation Council. Questions, comments, and concerns? Commissioner Robbie?
I think we should pay our interns, and I'm gonna vote no on this change because it would make it so that we don't have to pay our interns anymore.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Good job. We'll call a roll on that one.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman, yes, motion passed.
Okay. The lovely Ashley Hall is passing us the supplemental. Thank you. Commissioner Hodge, are you gonna move that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna move a resolution authorizing a settlement in the ongoing foreclosure litigation, Fox et al. Versus Washtenaw et al.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll have a vote.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yep.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay. Items for current and future discussion. We did close session and I moved away from liaison reports apparently so quickly hours ago. I missed Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Robbie?
Keep it quick, but I just want to let everybody know that both at the Environmental Council and at the Huron River Watershed Council, we have been in intense discussions about the oncoming onslaught of data centers to our county. And there is deep concern that is growing in both entities. And I think that there will be an ask for us to take some sort of action at our next meeting.
Any other items for current and future discussion? Commissioner Hodge?
Just really quickly, Kevin Mershar from WMU was here earlier, yesterday, and it was his birthday. So he came, yeah, and he had the late meeting the other night. So they sent him out here on his birthday. Wherever you are, Kevin, happy belated birthday.
Happy birthday, Kevin. Thank you to staff for staying for another late night. Any other items for current and future discussion? All I can say is summer schedule is nice, but it would be good to go back to 2 meetings a month and hopefully not be here till after midnight. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
All in favor? Goodbye, good night. Thank you. I will not be happy.